Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? It's great to be back. Did you miss me in the last 16 hours? Man, we're knocking these live streams out one after the other like fucking clockwork. Again, if you're new here, this is the spot to get your international news, US politics, Syria, the Middle East, Iran nuclear deal, Assange case, Ukraine, you name it, I do it. So thank you again to all of you for tuning in. First order of business is the roll call. Where are you guys tuning in from? Tell me where you're watching from right now. I always like to know where my viewers are. So I'm waiting. There's always a little delay, so I'm just waiting. Norway, Maryland, India, Canada. I can't read it. It's too long. Amsterdam, Sydney, San Francisco, New Jersey, Canada, Romania, New Zealand, Arizona, Las Vegas, Denver, Colorado, Chicago, Russia, Canada, Connecticut, UK, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Germany, Japan, Libya, Burkina Faso, Serbia, Costa Rica, Singapore. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Pakistan. Wow. Angola, Ethiopia, Croatia, Ireland. That's amazing. That's absolutely phenomenal. Wow. I love you guys. I love you. South Africa, Jamaica. This is great. You know, this is great. One of you said Ligma. I know what that is. I know that's not a country. But seriously, this is great because, again, I always say this. I'm going to keep saying it. My work is international, and I like that my audience reflects the subjects that I cover. So I think that's really good. Must be doing something right. One of you guys was saying I should put some music during the countdown or before I start the live stream, which is not a bad idea. But I've tried that in the past. I actually tried to do it with my own band's music. And we kept getting copyright strikes on YouTube, which is so stupid because, I mean, obviously, me and my bandmates own the copyright because it's our music. But there's some setting somewhere that we have to fix. I have no clue how to do this, man. I have no idea. But we will try and fix that sometime. In any case. So before we get to the segments, and I know there must be somebody on replay who's like, just fucking get to the point already. All right. Go fast forward then. Behave. But those of you who are watching live, you have to suffer. So what I wanted to give you a few announcements because we have to get through these things before we can start. All right? So, first things first. You guys, it goes without saying, there's a lot of censorship right now. So, what I'm doing is I've created several channels for me, several alternatives, which you guys asked, right? You asked me to do this, so I've obliged you. You asked me to make a channel on Odyssey, done. You asked me to make a channel on Rumble, done. Some of you even asked me to make a fucking TikTok, done. So you can see here, this is my handle. It's at Richard Medhurst, and it's the same thing everywhere. It's the same thing on TikTok. It's the same thing on Telegram. It's the same thing on Odyssey. It's the same thing on Rockfin. It's the same thing on Rumble. Every single thing, and all the videos are there. Everything is synced. And the other annoying thing, is with TikTok. Some of you guys told me like there's videos of me. Some people have posted videos of me that have gone viral, like literally millions of views just in the last weeks. And I'm like, what? They didn't even put your name. Like, they don't even put my name. Can you imagine? So there's videos out there of me like yelling at the fucking microphone, and my name is nowhere. It's just like, hey, do you want to see this viral video? Some guy yelling about Ukraine or whatever it is, Syria. Like, you know, come on, like you can't do me the common courtesy of putting my fucking name there. That's bullshit, man. That's not okay. Come on. You know, that's like the stuff with the interviews. I did that interview with Scott Ritter, and people keep reposting it. I've seen it I've seen it translated to Russian. I've seen it with a green filter. There's so many remixes of that interview. And they don't even post my name. Like, have some respect, man. Come on, like the minimum, a bare minimum of some respect. Anyway, I'm going to start handling things, right? We're going to take care of business. So, again, I'm going to make a TikTok. I mean, I already made it. It's here, right? It's at Richard Medhurst. That's the handle. Again, there's a Rumble now. We already got a couple of hundred of you subscribed since yesterday. That's not bad. There's the Odyssey. So if you type Richard Medhurst on Odyssey, you're going to find me. There you go, at Richard Medhurst. And there's the Telegram. Look at the Telegram. We're almost at 4,000 followers on Telegram. Not bad, right? Not bad. So again, I'm going to post the links to these things below because we're living in precarious times, so we want to be careful. In any case, thank you very much for the donation, Lana. I appreciate it. And I see we have 1,000 people watching, but we only have 400 likes. Come on, what is that? Don't do me dirty. Make sure you've hit the like button. You know how the drill goes. Okay, I'm going to pull up the first thing so we can start talking about the... Go, you know the thing. Okay, and another thing, I know I'm giving you a long intro, but that's how it goes. We have to ease into the bullshit. So, you guys, I promised you something, and I'm gonna deliver. I promised you a new crab dance tonight. Right now, tonight, I'm gonna unveil the new crab dance to you, and it has multiple elements, right? Because every time we hit the goal on Patreon, I unveil a new crab dance. So some of you might be watching, going, "What the hell is a crab dance?" You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. So in any case, thank you very much, because on Patreon, while I wasn't even streaming, you guys, you knocked that out of the park. We're at 647, 3 people away, literally 3 subscribers away from hitting the goal. And so every time somebody signs up, I play a crab dance. That's how it goes. Hopefully tonight we can hit the goal. We're at 647 and we need to get to 650. We're just 3 subscribers away. I think we can do it. I believe in you guys. I know you believe in me. Let's go. Let's start. I want to talk to you about the Petro Dollar. All right, so... Right. This is interesting, isn't it? Interesting times. Very interesting times. Oh la 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 la. People don't understand what's going on. They think the war is happening in one place, but it's happening in multiple places. They're not paying attention. Wake up, bitch. The beginning of the end? I don't know. But the petrodollar is not looking that good right now. Here's a breaking news. This is from the Wall Street Journal. Look at what the headline says. The headline reads, Saudi Arabia considers accepting yuan, the Chinese yuan, instead of dollars for Chinese oil sales. Talks between Riyadh and Beijing have accelerated as the Saudi unhappiness grows with Washington. So this is extraordinary. This is very significant. And again, for some of you, this might be very obvious why this matters. And of course, this is related to Ukraine. But I'm going to explain it anyway. I'm going to lay down the basics so there's no illusions as to what's going on. So at the end of World War II, towards the end of World War II, there was a meeting famously known as Bretton Woods, right? And they decided on creating the IMF, and more importantly, they pegged the US dollar to the gold standard, right? So the US dollar became the most important currency on the planet, right? It increased US hegemony and monetary hegemony, established US monetary hegemony, because right now, today in 2022, about 50% of all transactions in the globe are conducted in US dollars. And of course, that lasted for a couple of decades, Bretton Woods. And then in the 70s, Nixon, the former US president, he took the US dollar off the gold standard. And then he made a deal with the Saudis. And he created de facto what is known as the Petro Dollar. Okay? What does that mean? It means the US dollar would be backed by oil, by Saudi Arabian oil. So the Saudis, who are the world's largest oil exporter at the time, and now they're second behind the US, although I should say producer, because the US is not a net exporter. But in any case, Saudi Arabia, being a major oil exporter, would only sell oil in US dollars. So the fact that you could only buy oil in US dollars just gave the US dollar that value, right? And so based off of that, the United States has accumulated outrageous debt, right? Because they say, we're good for it. We're good for it. Look, we're the United States. We got dollars, baby. And it's backed by oil. And before it was backed by gold, right? But now it's oil, black gold. And so this is a big shock because the deal was the Saudis only sell oil in US dollars, and in exchange, the US will provide security for them. Security, right? That includes, of course, weapon sales to murder people in Yemen, but let's not go too much into the details. So this report is quite shocking because right now the price of oil has shot up. I think just the other day it was $135 a barrel. And of course, this is the highest it's been since July 2008, which is outrageous. That was during the crash. So the price of oil is very high right now. And why is it high? It's because Ukraine, the war in Ukraine has led the United States to sanction Russian energy. So the United States, which receives about 3% of its oil imports from Russia, has forsworn importing anything from Russia. And of course, in Europe, at the same time, we saw how Biden was standing next to Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, and they got Nord Stream 2 canceled. So now there's a crisis because, I mean, let's be honest with each other, the price of oil was already going up, right? This predates the war in Ukraine, and a lot of people seem to forget that. But of course, this made it worse. We can't deny that. We looked at the graphs together. I mean, the fuel crisis, the energy crisis that was already there during the last months is one thing. But this, of course, when you start sanctioning a major oil exporter like Russia, and obviously you're going to start playing with prices there, especially when the U.S. is doing it. It's not, Mongolia or Syria that's doing it. Although I think that's a bit unfair to compare Syria's geopolitical stature to Mongolia. But you get the idea. The U.S. is the world's hegemon. So when the U.S. does that, it causes reverberations. It causes shocks in the world economy and the price of oil. And so let's go back to this article from the Wall Street Journal. Let me walk you through it and explain why this is so huge. Okay? So Saudi Arabia is in active talks with Beijing to price some of its oil sales to China in yuan. People familiar with the matter said a move that would dent the US dollar's dominance of the global petroleum market and mark another shift by the world's top crude exporter toward Asia. The talks with China over yuan-priced oil contracts have been off and on for 6 years, but have accelerated this year as the Saudis have grown increasingly unhappy with decades-old US security commitments to defend the kingdom. This part is hilarious. Look, the Saudis are angry over the U.S. lack of support for their intervention in the Yemen civil war. Do I need to remind you that a lot of the people who are currently in the Biden administration also worked under the Obama administration when the war against Yemen started? It's not a civil war. It's a war against Yemen with a government in Aden, which is it's just not recognized by the people. Right, so Saudi Arabia wants that government to be in power, and of course that's the pretext that they used to crush the Yemenis, and they've done that until now with whose weapons? Uncle Sam's weapons. So the idea that the U.S. hasn't supported them is I mean, it's a kind of a joke. They just want more blood, and they're losing the war, as we've looked at separately on the channel. Again, I cover Yemen extensively, and I have an investigative piece coming out very soon. So they just want more blood, and they're angry that the U.S. isn't doing more to help them win the war because they're losing now. And of course, the idea that they're angry over the nuclear deal. You might be wondering, well, hold on a second. The Iran nuclear deal is the only thing stopping Iran from building a nuclear weapon. Why would anyone be against it? Why would the Israelis and the Saudis oppose that? Well, let me explain that to you. Because number one, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon anyway. It's not about that. They don't want the nuclear deal because if the nuclear deal is implemented, like the U.S. Joins again and lift sanctions, then Iran can sell its oil on the global market. They don't want oil. They don't want Iran to be selling oil. And they don't want Iran participating in global trade. They want to keep Iran as a pariah. They want to keep Iran isolated. So that's why they oppose the nuclear deal. Do you understand? It's nothing to do with nuclear weapons. Stop being a 5-year-old. So going back to the article, China buys more than 25% of their oil So China buys more than 25% of the oil that Saudi Arabia exports. So I pulled up a chart here just so you can get an idea of where the Saudi oil goes, right? So look at this. This is from the U.S. government. These are the figures from 2020. You can see where Saudi Arabia's oil goes. 26% of that, the largest chunk, goes to China, right? 15% to Japan, and so on. And so That is, of course, a very significant chunk. And then China gets another 25% from Iran. Now, I posted this thread on Twitter because you guys need to understand that what's happening right now, this isn't just like, oh yeah, the Chinese are just going to pay for the oil in a different currency. What's so special about that? It's very, very special because this is breaking a decades-old arrangement. It's also contesting and chipping away at U.S. monetary hegemony. This is very big because the United States thought, yeah, we'll just sanction the Russians and we're going to crap all over them and we're going to pull the plug on their whole gig because, the Russians make lots of money from oil, is one of their top exports. Yeah, but Europe is still importing oil. And as a matter of fact, they keep insisting the international community is standing against Russia. No, they're not. India, Pakistan, China, which are Russia's neighbors, they're in Russia's vicinity. Dude, that's 40% of the world population. That's 1.3 billion, around 3.1 billion people, right? That's 40% of the world's population. They don't stand against Russia. They're buying Russian oil and they're buying Russian wheat. The day of the offensive, the day that Putin goes into Ukraine, Pakistan, their Prime Minister, Imran Khan, visited Putin. He didn't just buy stuff. He went and visited him, and he bought 2 million tons of wheat, which is another big Russian export, and gas. Okay? And so the idea that you can isolate Russia and you can cut off imports, their exports and their revenue, it's not working, obviously. And I mentioned, too, there's also the Power of Siberia, too, which is a pipeline that they could also turn to, which would export the same amount as Nord Stream 2. Just last month, in February, the Russians signed a gas deal, 30-year gas deal with the Chinese that's settled in euros. And so the idea that the U.S. is going to slap Russia with sanctions and punish them is backfiring. It's backfiring. We all knew it's a question of time before, it's just the natural order of things. Every empire goes up and then it goes down. And so it was just a question of time before the U.S. empire sees its decline. But they've actually sped it up. And so people think the war is happening in Ukraine. The real war is not in Ukraine, right? You're seeing a global realignment, a sanctions war, a bigger war. There's a realignment happening right now. And that is the real story. Again, I'm not trying to minimize the war in Ukraine, obviously, but I'm speaking figuratively, right? Figuratively speaking, the real war is happening outside of Ukraine, and Ukraine is the catalyst for the decline of the U.S. empire. It's speeding it up. And so right now, instead of China, Pakistan, India, and all these other countries getting on board with the U.S. and trying to isolate Russia, they're actually taking a second look, right? And they're thinking, you know what? We're not going to go along with what the U.S. is saying. We're going to keep Russia as a partner. Russia is the future. Eurasia is the future. China and the Belt and Road Initiative are the future. The Global South is the future. And people just don't want to get this. They think this is a joke. Oh, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. And the fact that Saudi Arabia is even considering, is even contemplating settling oil sales to the Chinese in yuan. I mean, that is incredible. That is incredible. And now, of course, people will say, yeah, but they threatened that in the past, and then it's just a tactic that they use to drive up the price and so on. Okay, but if it's not the only sign, I've pointed to many other things which show you that this is not just a question of Saudi Arabia and China. Is many countries that refuse to get on board, and this is very significant. This is very significant. I want to just continue the article, show you a bit more from here, right? So just to give you an idea of how this works. So they say in the Wall Street Journal, it would be a profound shift for Saudi Arabia to price even some of its roughly 6.2 million barrels a day of crude exports in anything other than dollars. The majority of global oil sales, so around 80% of global oil sales, are done in US dollars. And the Saudis have traded oil exclusively in dollars since 1974 in a deal with the Nixon administration that included security guarantees for the kingdom. China introduced yuan-priced oil contracts in 2018 as part of its efforts to make its currency tradable across the world. But they haven't made a dent in the dollar's dominance of the oil market. For China, using dollars has become a hazard, highlighted by U.S. sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program and on Russia in response to the Ukraine invasion, right? So this is also one of the other reasons, because China has significant ties with Russia and Iran. And the US dollar is a big problem now because two of their closest allies, Iran and China, Iran and Russia, they're under US sanctions. And the way sanctions works is, for example, if you are sanctioned, anyone who deals with you will also get punished. That's how it works. It's a domino effect. So that's their point here. And they say China has stepped up its courtship of the Saudi kingdom. In recent years, China has helped Saudi Arabia build its own ballistic missiles. That's very big. Consulted on a nuclear program and begun investing in Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's pet projects such as Neom, which is a futuristic city. And so they talk about here how the Saudi relationship with the U.S. has deteriorated, and they point to the fact that just the other day, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, he refused to pick up the phone and speak to Biden. Have you ever heard of such a thing? That is really significant. I'm telling you, man, if you're a client state of the U.S., your poodle doesn't pick up the phone. Oh, this is a problem, man. This is a big problem. Ay. And it's not just him, it's the Emiratis as well. They didn't want to pick up the phone. Ay. And I got to tell you something else. Right now, I'm putting this into context again for you because people don't see the bigger picture. Right now, the Iran nuclear deal was days away from being finalized and brought back to life, and the U.S. getting back in the Iran nuclear deal and lifting the sanctions on Iran. It was days away from being finished. And the Russians, they stepped in and they're like, nope, we're not doing this until you give us a written guarantee that Iran is not going to be punished for dealing with us meaning the Russians, as you're sanctioning Russia over Ukraine, right? Because like I told you, sanctions work like dominoes. And so they just threw this random idea in. And, what does that achieve? That means that Iranian oil is still not back on the global market. They still have to sell it black. They have to sell it on the black market. And the price of oil stays up, okay? And then another thing, Venezuela has the biggest oil reserves on the planet, the biggest, more than Saudi Arabia. But they can't bring it on the global market because of U.S. sanctions. And so now the Biden administration is going to Venezuela like doggies. They're kissing Maduro's ass. For years, they've been saying, this guy's not the president. Guaido is the president. As a matter of fact, they're still saying that, which is absurd. Just the other day, Ned Price, the State Department spokesperson, he's still insisting Guaido's the president. Like, these guys, they're such clowns. But they don't speak to Guaido, of course, because he's not in charge, right? He's a puppet. They go to the real Don. They go to the Padre. They go to the big guy who's in charge, and that is Maduro. He's the president. That's why. And so they have talking to him to get Venezuelan oil. So they're begging the Saudis to produce more oil. They're begging the Emiratis to produce more oil. The U.S. is begging Maduro to bring back his oil. They're begging for the Iran nuclear deal to be revived all of a sudden. Why? All because they wanted to sanction Russia, and they've sent the price of oil even higher than it already was during the last months. Wow. Well done. And so the response to that hasn't been, okay, let's all jump behind the U.S. and support the U.S. position. The response from that has been, you guys are actually idiots. We're going to continue trading with Russia. And we're not going to treat Russia as a pariah. And just to further prove my point, do you know what India did? India just bought, in the last 24 hours, 3 million barrels. From who? Who do you think they bought the oil from? From Russia. Indian Oil Corporation buys 3 million barrels of Russian crude oil at a discount. At a discount of 20 to 25%. And here's the sweetest part. The payment is in rupees. It's in rupees. It's not even dollars. It's rupees. Oh my God. You love to see it, man. If I'm in the treasury right now, if I'm in the U.S. Treasury, I'm shitting my pants. I'm quitting. I'm leaving to the next planet. I'm jumping ship. This is so embarrassing. Oh my God. Like this is the stuff that you wouldn't even dream of like a year ago. Unheard of. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to buy oil in rupees? What? Or Chinese yuan? Who does that? Oh, it's happening, baby. It's happening right now. Look and enjoy it. This is the fall of the U.S. empire, man. And I'm telling you, it might not be that fast, but this is pretty fast. And it's definitely been accelerated by these sanctions against Russia. They've backfired. This is what I was talking about when they're shooting themselves in the foot. You love to see it, man. Again, doesn't mean Russia is perfect and we like what Russia's doing. But the bully is getting taught a lesson. You know, is being given a taste of their own medicine. The bully on the block. Do you understand? This is really, honestly, it's funny. It's so funny. It's really funny. Wow. At a discount. So again, right now, the price of crude, the last I checked a few hours ago, was about $110 or $100 a barrel. And so if you're doing a 20% discount, you know, that brings it down, or 25%, it could be around, you know, $70 a barrel. That's very good. That brings it back around to the price that it was a few months ago, right? Not bad. A discount. So not only are the Indians getting that oil, they're getting it even cheaper. And people think that they can just, you know, get Russia's neighbors to abandon a strong neighbor and trading partner. You're sorely mistaken. And you see tweets like this from these obnoxious liberals. I don't even know who the hell this person is, but it's your typical blue check mark. And they say, quote, if India buys Russian crude oil, India should expect to be sanctioned by the United States. And believe me, that won't work out so well for India's economy. Right now, you're either with us or you're against us. Simple. Well, guess what? They ain't with you. I think that was pretty clear. India is not with you. Nope. They just bought 3 million barrels. And the other day at the United Nations, when they had in the General Assembly, they had a resolution to condemn Russia. What happened? In Iran, Iraq, South Africa, China, Pakistan, India, so, you know, half the planet, they refused to condemn the Russians. They didn't vote yes or no, they just abstained because they know where their bread is buttered. And Turkey's the same thing. Turkey's saying we're not going to put sanctions on Russia, even though Turkey is what? What is Turkey? A NATO country, right? So that is very significant. That is very significant. Look at this headline over here. Turkey rules out sanctioning Russia, citing risk to economy. Exactly, because they're not stupid. They get a large chunk of their gas from Russia, and they know that sanctioning Russia is a death sentence. That's what an idiot would do. That's why the Europeans have refrained from really banning oil and gas from the Russians, because if Europe does that, Europe's going to freeze. The Americans can afford to do that because they're getting their oil from, well, I mean, they're getting 3% from Russia, but they're getting another chunk of it. They're getting from who? Saudi Arabia, of course. And this is why the United States is not an exporter of oil, even though it's the top producer, because the United States consumes so much oil, even though it produces more than anyone else, it still needs to import just to keep up. And the way the market works, by attacking Russian crude and gas, you've sent the prices up. And again, look at this chart. This is, again, it's a few years old. So, and consider again that this is 2017, but it was before Trump, put sanctions back on Iran. So you can see, where does Iran send its oil? Again, a quarter of that, a good chunk of it, is to China and India. So, you have these countries from the global south who have had enough of being crapped all over. You can't sanction everybody, because there's a point, you reach a point where it starts backfiring. And guess what? Uncle Sam just got there. Take a look at the speech from Russia's Foreign Minister, Lavrov. Take a look at what he says just a few days ago.
My first question is, the USA bans import of Russian oil and gas. What is the Russian oil politics with Europe? And second question is about the sanctions. How Russia is reacting to the sanction from different companies and countries?
Ну, я, по-моему, уже касался этого вопроса, как мы будем выходить. Вот мне, по-моему, задавала коллега ваша, я ответил, что мы решим эту проблему, причем решим ее так, чтобы больше никогда, никоим образом не зависеть от западных партнеров, будь то правительство или будь то компании, которые совсем не руководствуются интересами своего бизнеса, а стали инструментом политической агрессии.
Right? So you see what he said? He said the solution will be to no longer depend on the Western partners. So he's talking about, again, the turn to Eurasia, the shift towards the global south, the shift towards the Belt and Road Initiative, the shift towards the idea of the notion of Greater Eurasia. I want to show you Joe Manchin, who I'm sure you've heard a lot about, a U.S. senator. Let's take a look at what he has to say about all this.
We have enough energy here to keep ourselves independent and be able to help backfill our allies who need it, our allies around the world. We should be doing everything humanly possible. And let me tell you the reason why. I will not under any way support us basically going to Venezuela or going to Iran and using their oil or lifting the sanctions that they can go back into the market. They're putting the dirtiest oil, they're putting more pollutants into the atmosphere, and as far as global climate, they do more harm than anybody else.
What a joke. What an absolute joke. He suddenly cares about the climate. Oh, that Iranian oil, that Russian stuff, that Venezuelan stuff, now that's dirty oil. It's not pure oil like the white oil that we or the one that we get from the Saudis. That one's okay because we have an arrangement with them. That brown oil is okay. What the hell is he talking about? What on earth is he talking about? What an absolute clown. Stay in your lane, man. You're not a scientist. Just stay in your lane. Oh, goodness. And again, this idea like, we're not going to get that oil from, I don't support lifting sanctions on Iran and Venezuela. You're in for a big surprise, buddy, because you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. This is just blah, blah. This is just the same, those Iranians and those goddamn Venezuelans, those communists over there. That's not going to work. You need the oil. You need the oil back on the market, even if you're not going to buy it. But I mean, you'd probably be remiss if you didn't. Remember Venezuela? Who used to be one of Venezuela's top customers? Where do you think the largest chunk of oil from Venezuela used to go? Zimbabwe? Lebanon? The United States. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And the United States has sanctioned so many people now. They're like, oh, crap, we got no one left to turn to. Quick. The nuclear deal, Maduro. Oh, man, you'll have to see it. It's so funny. You'll have to see it. Oh, goodness. So this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Really incredible times. And this is why I'm telling you the real war is not happening in Ukraine. Ukraine is the catalyst. Of course, I'm speaking figuratively, right? You're witnessing a global realignment. No one is taking crap anymore from the big bully on the block. India, most of its weapons come from Russia. India is going to buy that oil. Pakistan is going to buy that gas and buy that wheat. China is going to settle its oil with its oil purchases from Saudi Arabia, not in US dollars, not in euros, in Chinese yuan. And Russia is getting paid either way. Because you think right now when the oil prices go up, what's happening in Russia? Russia's getting paid. Russia's getting paid. And by who? By NATO countries in the EU, because if they don't buy that, they're going to freeze. So they really shot themselves in the foot. This was a complete balls up. I mean, what a bunch of morons. What idiots. They went too far. And now they've sped up the crack. They've sped up the demise of U.S. hegemony. They've caused a crack in the empire that can never be fixed. Trust me, man, it's downhill. It's downhill from here. Trust me. It's only a question of time. It's only a question of time. And again, this doesn't mean that everything that Russia is doing is great. And, the war in Ukraine, you have to support Russia. It's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. I just think for a lot of people in the global south, seeing the big bully on the block finally facing some resistance is a welcome sight. Because that means a transition to a multipolar world where it's not just controlled by the U.S., the U.S. is not the only hegemon and hyperpower, but you also have China, you have Russia, and that is the balance of power. And then things perhaps, maybe I'm a bit naive, but perhaps they can be a bit more peaceful with that balance of power. I don't know. But this was funny. This is funny, man. In rupees. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And again, I find it so arrogant. You have liberals like this who dare speak like that to India. Like, who the fuck are you, honestly, to speak like that to one of the biggest countries on earth? So you have 1.3 billion people living in India. Okay? India is one of the oldest civilizations on earth. And you little fart over here, you little crap stain, you're coming here to talk like that to them as if India is some kind of vassal state. Like, you better watch out. If you buy that oil, we'll sanction you. I don't hear you saying the same thing to the Europeans and the NATO countries in Europe who are buying the oil, the same one. The Indians are smart. They not only got what they need to fulfill their energy needs, they even got it cheaper at a discount. Oh, man. Oh. Thank you very much for all your donations. Fernandez says, the irony is bright. We love to see it. We got 3,000 people watching, but only 1,200 likes. What the hell is that? Are you sanctioning me? Hit the damn like button, man. Come on. You know how it goes. Please hit the like button. I beg you. We got a donation from Franchetti. Says, what about the common people? How it seems media oases from one addiction to another. How we passed 2 years of imprisonment for the most entitled and lucky generations concerned. How any of this is just a squeeze for the people and a castration of lib. I got to admit, I'm not sure where you're going with this, but what I think you're saying, how this is going to affect the common man. Well, obviously, the thing here, the messed up thing here is that in the end, who's paying these costs? When you go to the pump, you know, Biden is not going to pay that for you. Schultz is not going to pay your higher electricity bill. The citizens, the civilians are the one paying the prices, whether it's war or sanctions. Always remember that. Always remember that. Whenever the bombs are falling and whenever there's sanctions and economic turmoil and starvation, it's always civilians who are paying that, whether it's in the U.S. or whether it's in Iran and so on. And that's the messed up thing. That is the really messed up thing. All right, you guys are doing a bit better. I see we have almost 2,000 likes. Come on, you can do better than that. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Thank you, Stephen, for the donation. And again, we got a lot more things to cover. I'm very excited. So, man, I saved some cringy stuff for you, like really cringy. I mean, this is so bad. This is so bad. I think one of the segments that I'm about to do with you, it's like one of the worst things I've seen all year, and that's really saying something. Like this is really over the top. Wow. In any case, we got 1,900 likes. Come on, guys. We got 2,700 people watching. We should have 2,700 likes. That's how it goes. Thank you, Ghassan, for the donation. You're very kind. And again, I'm very excited to show you guys the new crab dance we have. Again, we already hit 650. Amazing. We smashed the goal. We actually smashed the goal. Thank you so much. That is amazing. So again, if you guys want to support my work, if you want international news about Syria, news about Ukraine, news about the Iran nuclear deal, or the Assange case, I'm one of the only journalists covering the Iran nuclear deal. I think I'm really the only independent journalist in the city where the talks are happening. Everyone else is either with Reuters or like big corporate outlets. I'm the only one. So you have a whole playlist here with the Iran nuclear deal. I interviewed the Russian ambassador who's leading the negotiations. I interviewed the Iranian chief negotiator. I interviewed Professor Merendi, who's also here as a diplomat. He's the advisor to the delegation. So this is the only place anywhere you're going to get independent coverage of the Iran nuclear deal. This is the only place. So that's one of the things that I do. The Assange case, I'm one of the only journalists in the world who's been covering this since the beginning, since 2020, the whole extradition hearing. I've been to the court. I was in the court in London. I've been to every single hearing since, either remotely or in person. So again, I've got a whole playlist of that, from the extradition hearing to the appellate hearings, the high court hearings, everything. So that's what I do. And if you want to support my work, please consider donating just $1 a month or $2 a month. It really goes a long way. And that's how we can keep media independent. I really appreciate it. I couldn't do this without you guys. So thank you. Again, that's really great. Thank you. I'll put all the links. You guys have also sent many donations on YouTube right now. So that's very kind of you. All right. So let's move on to the next segment, shall we? I want to talk about some more things. I'm trying to pick which one is more cringy. Oh, by the way, before I forget, again, this doesn't cost you any money. I just really strongly implore you to please follow me on Telegram or Rockfin or Odyssey or Rumble, any of these things, or the newsletter, they're all free. They don't cost you a penny. It's just so we have a backup, because they're censoring people left and right on Twitter and on YouTube. So we have to have a backup. This is very, very, very crucial, especially right now with this neo-McCarthyite bullshit. It's terrible. It's really terrible. It's that bad. So again, please go sign up on one of the backups. Doesn't cost you anything. The only annoying part is you have to make an account maybe or something. But I think it's worth it. So let's move on to. Let me move on to this next thing over here. Give me a second. Oh boy. So. What do you want me to talk about first? Syria or Ukraine? I have multiple things about Ukraine, actually. I'm going to assume you guys are going to say Ukraine. So I'll start with Ukraine then, and then we'll move on to Syria in a bit. Okay, this is one of the proper cringy ones. This is one of the proper cringy ones. You guys remember just a few days ago, the White House recruited a bunch of TikTokers, a bunch of celebrities on social media, people on TikTok who have a large following, and they brought them to a meeting. And they gave them the opportunity to ask some questions, which is a nice way of saying they were propagandized, because these people, ostensibly have no knowledge whatsoever about politics, but they do have a large following. And so obviously, if you feed them the right information, that can turn into a very powerful tool for the White House. Again, this was reported first by the Washington Post. This was the article. The White House is briefing TikTok stars about the war in Ukraine. Yeah, so again, I don't need to tell you that if this was in another country, the headline would look like this: Russian TikTok influencers are being paid to spread Kremlin propaganda. Yep. So again, in the US, it's a briefing by the White House, right? It was a little get together, ask a few questions, right? And in Russia or Iran or whatever country, whatever evil country you want to pick from the axis of evil, it would be a different headline, right? It's the regime is re-educating online stars with propaganda. So completely different tone, of course, because the US could never be a regime. That's only for evil countries. And just to jog your memory, I want to show you one of these videos, what the result of that is. So these people, these very popular guys on TikTok, they went home and made videos about their meeting. So just to give you an idea what kind of results that yields, take a look.
Here are the 3 most important bits of the White House briefing that me and a bunch of other creators just attended. First, if Russia uses chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons in Ukraine, the United States will take escalatory steps. We don't know exactly what that means, but it won't be good for Russia. Second, Russian troops are not happy with their own invasion, and it's really impacting Russia's ability to make progress in this war. Third, Russia is not going to win in Ukraine. Things have gone so badly for them that it's just not possible anymore.
Did you see the look on his face? It's like a hostage video. It looks like he's being held hostage. The war is going very poorly for the Ruskies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I showed you that clip already. I found another one though. So there was, I was waiting for the clip from this one. I think they mentioned her right at the bottom of the article. I think it's the same person, Ellie Zeiler. Yeah, it is. So this clip just came out, and she was at this meeting as well. And if you thought what I just showed you was bad, wait till you see this. Everybody, fasten your cringe seatbelts. It's about to go down.
Why is gas so expensive, and why is the United States inflation rate at a 4-time decade high? I had the opportunity to ask the White House why gas down the street is $7, and here's what they said. The obvious reason: we are getting out of a 2-year pandemic. When use goes up, price goes up. But the call was predominantly about Ukraine and Russia, so how does that relate? Russia is one of the top 3 producers of oil, and it is actually their #1 revenue source. Now, with Putin starting this horrific fight between Ukraine and Russia, nobody wants to work with him and do international trade. So with people being scared of war and limited resources, prices are bound to go up as well. For the people who can't pay $7 for a gallon of gas, there's an app called Gas Buddy that shows you the cheapest gas near you, as well as a link in my bio to donate to the misplaced refugees of Ukraine. Why is gas...
Oh God. Again, I believe some of you might call this viewer abuse. I'm sorry I subjected you to that torment. God, that was terrible. Why is gas like $17? I don't know. Oh my God, that was really bad. It's as bad as you thought it was going to be, isn't it? Oh boy, I think that really tops it. Christ. This is her, her TikTok CIA application. They're really, I think they've reached the bottom of the barrel in terms of propaganda. They have to go so low now. They're outsourcing it to TikTokers. You know the situation is bad. You know they're having trouble right now. In the past they could use the New York Times. Now they're struggling. They got to go to TikTok. My goodness, where do we begin with this one? Well, hello there, Barbie. Let's dissect what you were saying. So, I mean, she's talking about how gas was, it's more expensive because of the pandemic. Okay. There's only so much you can blame on the pandemic before we start seeing through the nonsense. Why don't you want to discuss perhaps price gouging? The people who work in the oil industry are not exactly the most angelic of individuals, right? That's something that's been happening already for months in Europe and the US. You've had an energy crisis. So yes, let's be fair. It's not just because of the war, but that has been happening. And no, it's not just because of the pandemic. There's an interesting phrase called price gouging, which plays a large, significant part. Again, afterwards, what does she say after that? Goodness, I don't want to hear it again.
$7, and here's what they said.
I love she's like, and here's what they said. Like, I'm just going to tell you what they said because that's the truth and that's the way it goes.
The obvious reason we're getting out of a 2-year pandemic, when use goes up, price goes up. But the call was predominantly about Ukraine and Russia, so how does that relate? Russia is one of the top 3 producers of oil, and it is actually...
She's like someone who showed up to a presentation where they haven't prepared anything and they just hate their life. Like, Russia is one of the top one of the toppest producers of oil in the world. It has made 5 million. It's so bad. Oh my lord.
Actually, their number 1 revenue source. Now, with Putin starting this horrific fight between Ukraine and Russia, nobody wants to work with him and do an international trade.
Nobody wants to work with him. There's a class project and no one wants to team up with him. What a nice way of saying sanctions. No one wants to work with him. He has bad breath, Oh, goodness. This is horrific. Of course, I don't need to state the obvious. There's no mention whatsoever in any of these videos, and I'm not going to play them again to abuse you like that. But there's not one mention in any of these videos of the U.S. sanctions, right? And the fact that they have had a domino effect in raising the price. Now, of course, like we were saying, there's already a rise in energy prices in Europe and the United States before this war in Ukraine. But you can't come here as a rational, sane adult and look at the price of crude and look at the price of British gas and tell me that it didn't skyrocket after the U.S. announced it's going to ban Russian oil. You are a lunatic if you say such a thing. It's very obvious that made it much worse. And they don't want to tell you that, of course, because you are paying the price for that. People are asking, why are we paying, so much for gas at the pump? And they can't tell you that, well, it's because we put sanctions on Russia banning the oil, which made what was already a bad situation even worse. They can't tell you that. They're never going to tell you that because this is one of the only times that people in the West are actually feeling what sanctions, the effect of sanctions and what sanctions do. Usually when the United States puts sanctions on another country, like Syria or Venezuela, people in the West have no clue what's happening in Syria and Venezuela. They can't tell their ass from their elbow, not through their own fault, but because the media keeps people in the West uninformed. That's the whole point. They don't want you to know. So that, but now with Russia, being that Russia is one of the world's top oil producers, and the fact that it supplies a lot of gas to Europe, and of course, 3% to the US doesn't seem like a lot, but that's millions of barrels. This is causing a shock in oil prices, and they're going up. And that's a fact. They're going up much more than they were. The prices are much higher than they were before, and people are not happy about that. They're very upset. I want to show you this. I I want to show you this video that someone put out as a kind of parody in response to the Barbie that I just showed you. Let's take a look.
Why is gas so expensive? And why is the United States inflation rate at a 4-time decade high? I had the opportunity to be propagandized by the White House and asked them why gas down the street is $7. And here's what they should have said. The obvious reason: the Biden administration has implemented policies that curb oil production in the US. So when Biden's regulation goes up, oil production goes down. But since we're doing this game...
Oh goodness. Oh, wow. So I see where they're coming from. They're basically saying, man, we should be fucking up that environment. Yo, come on. Let's get fracking, boys. Why did you stop the Keystone XL pipeline? Let's go. Screw those natives. Oil, baby. God, that's a really interesting take on, what sanctions do. Well done. Well done, you absolute clown. Oh, that's great.
Where we blame Putin and Russia, I asked, how does that relate? Since Russia is one of the top oil producers and the US doesn't want to be energy independent, we have to import oil from Russia. Now, since Putin has started this war between Ukraine and Russia, people who aren't morons realize we shouldn't be relying on foreign dictators.
Oh, I agree. You shouldn't be. So why are you getting all your oil from Saudi Arabia? Huh? You clever dick. I bet she didn't mention that, right? She didn't mention that dictator because he's a good dictator. He's a U.S. friend. Mohammed bin Salman, he's the good kind of dictator, right? They're so interesting. They're really interesting. Oh, that's great. You get 3% of your oil from Russia. 3%. What chunk of your oil comes from Saudi Arabia? Huh? I can tell you it's much more than 3%. They're not going to criticize the Saudis, though. Genocide in Yemen, who gives a shit about that? Those brown people. But those Ukrainians, oh no, that's heartbreaking. Now you cross the line. Now we put our foot down. So, MBS is the right kind of dictator. He's okay. He's all right.
Oil from Russia. Now, since Putin has started this war between Ukraine and Russia, people who aren't morons realize we shouldn't be relying on foreign dictators. So, with people being scared of war and limited resources, prices are going up because we rely on foreign dictators instead of ourselves. For people who can't pay $7 for a gallon of gas, there's an app called Stop Being Fucking Dictators instead of ourselves. For people who can't pay $7 for a gallon of gas, there's an app called Stop Being Fucking Poor and Buy a Tesla, as well as a link in my bio to donate to TikTokers who are in desperate need of a quality education.
Okay, the last joke was funny. The last joke was funny about, how they're basically telling you, oh, you're poor, just go download this app and screw you for being poor. That's of course making a mockery, the Barbie girl when she's saying that. I mean, they're so out of touch. They don't realize that people cannot afford gas. That screws their work, and it's, domino effect. But again, this whole point that, the U.S. relies too much on foreign dictators, and that's, they're being mean to us and won't give us their oil. Russia didn't ban oil exports to the U.S. You banned the import of Russian oil, not the other way around. Hold on, give me a second. I want to show you here. Do you know how much oil of U.S. oil comes from Saudi Arabia? So the majority is from Canada. That's 61%, right? These figures are from the U.S. government, from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, but they're from 2020. But again, they give us a fairly rough idea. Okay, so here, let me pull this up for you so you can get an idea. Look, so. 52% is Canada, okay? 11% is Mexico, 7% is Russia, 7% Saudi Arabia. So this has changed to 3% because, again, these figures are from 2020. The current figure is 3%. Saudi Arabia is either equal or more in terms of U.S. oil imports. And very obviously, they don't have a problem with that. Besides that, are they saying Mexico and Canada are dictatorships? Is that, your key U.S. allies, they're dictatorships now? Again, this makes absolutely no sense. It's such an easy way to shirk off the effect of U.S. sanctions because you're finally feeling them at home and you can't admit that they ruin lives. And who pays for that gas? It's not Joe Biden. It's you, the civilians, the citizens. You are paying the price of the sanctions just like people otherwise usually pay that price. So unfortunately, even when we have rebuttals, we have some sort of a response like this one to the Barbie one, it's still propagandized and it's still rather ignorant because it's encouraging, more fracking essentially. And again, Biden actually hasn't banned fracking, but in terms of the moratorium, there was a moratorium on drilling and the Keystone Pipeline. That's also what they're referring to. And you have a lot of people saying that the U.S. should now frack more and focus more on extracting petroleum. And even the White House on their official Twitter account, I showed you the tweet. They were bragging how they're producing more millions of barrels per day. I mean, this is really great for the environment. Well done, guys. Really, great job. Great job. You're very smart. The cringe is really bad. And I think what I've just shown you is kind of a textbook example of how in the United States, regrettably, very regrettably, and this is also true of the West, you have a selection between a shit sandwich and a diarrhea sandwich. So you can have the right wing and then the right wing light. That's really it. None of this explains what's happening. None of this has anything to do with reality. It's completely out of touch, regardless which one you ask. And so that's quite disappointing, isn't it? It's quite disappointing. Man, the cringe is something else. I mean, they're really funny. They're really funny. They're really funny, the White House doing this. And speaking of which, speaking of TikTok, as I said, people have been posting my videos and without even putting my name, which kind of sucks. And they've been going viral. I didn't know this. You guys told me in the comments below. And turns out like they've been getting millions of views just in the last weeks. So as a result, I've made my own TikTok. You guys kept nagging me to do this. Don't worry, there won't be any weird dances. There'll just be some good old propaganda for you. Independent propaganda funded by my Patreon and subscribers who are obviously, all of you, you're just various accounts impersonating covering for Bashar al-Assad and Maduro and so on, right? So in any case, I made a TikTok. If you want to subscribe, I haven't posted anything yet. I'm going to figure out how to run this in tandem with my work, obviously. So this is the thing if you want to subscribe. Oh, some of you already followed. I told you a few minutes ago, right? So the handle is Richard Medhurst. It's at Richard Medhurst. Don't worry. You won't ever see White House propaganda from me. Rest assured. That was funny. That was really funny. Well done, guys. We got 2,500 people watching, but 2,200 likes. It's okay. That's more or less equal. Again, hit the like button if you haven't. We've got a lot more to cover. And I want to say thank you to everyone who subscribed to support my work. And I have a special announcement for you. I have a new crab dance. So I hope you guys are ready because I'm just about to drop this bomb on you. I'm just about to drop this behemoth. So before I do that, though, I want to say thank you to, first of all, to Claudia for helping me develop it. I came up with the original crab dance, but I think the last 2-3 times she helped me add a few things, which has been nice. But I want to say thank you to Karimi. Thank you for subscribing on Patreon. Thank you, Rakumi Socks, Bobcat, and Matthew. You guys are very kind. We've smashed the goal already. We're at 651, I think, or something ridiculous. So thank you. The goal was 650. We smashed it. And now our next goal is 700. Let me play a crab dance for you guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh, that was amazing. That was amazing. Dude, that's I saw the new Kremlins with you guys just now. That's fucking nuts. China, you ain't black. Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you, Claudia. Everybody say thank you to Claudia. That was amazing. That was amazing. Well done. Well done. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. That was beautiful. So you guys see it. Every time someone joins on Patreon, this is how we celebrate. We have fun, and we try to balance out the negative things we're covering with a little bit of laughter. So that was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Oh, goodness. I'm glad all you guys like it in the comments. I see it's raining crabs. That's wonderful. That's very, very good. Brilliant. Brilliant. Wow. I kind of want to play it again. Go hurry up. Somebody sign up on Patreon so I have an excuse to play it again. Come on. Don't let everybody down. In any case, let's get ready for the next segment. I'm going to tell you what's happening over here. So again, this one, I don't even know where to begin with this one. This is such BS because it's just so ridiculous. It's really let's go. Okay. There's this new story in the New York Times. Let me read you the headline. So it says, Russia asked China for military and economic aid for Ukraine war, U.S. officials say. So again, in this article, they basically say that Russia asked China to give it military aid. And thank you very much. I'm not subscribing to the Times, but in any case, I'm going to tell you. Here, we'll start again. What a bunch of BS, man! Come on. It's the same thing anyway. You go to any outlet, they're going to publish the same thing. So they're saying here that Russia has asked China for support in its war against Ukraine. According to whom? According to 2 U.S. officials. So the request included military aid and equipment, but it's not clear what specifically Moscow has requested. Well, how do you know they requested something? What does that mean? Anyway, a U.S. official told CBS News on Monday that the request from the Kremlin to Beijing primarily concerns financial assistance, but Russia also inquired about drones. The Russians seemed not to have anticipated that they or Ukraine would deploy drones in this conflict, which is one reason they're asking China about them, according to the U.S. officials. The Ukrainians have been using drones, especially Turkish-made TB2 drones, quite effectively, a senior defense official noted in a background briefing Monday. And Let me just come out. Okay, the rest of the article, they're basically just saying that, Russia's failing so badly, they haven't been able to advance. And, well, honestly, I mean, this is, this must be one of the worst invasions I've ever seen, because the map currently says otherwise. If you look at the Russian advance, that certainly doesn't look like they're losing exactly. How exactly have they almost completed a pincer movement? They've encircled the capital and Kharkiv, so the two biggest cities, and yet they're failing. I don't understand that. But in any case, let's go on to the claim, because they're saying that Russia is begging China for help. Like, they're in such dire straits that they need to go begging for military assistance and economic aid. I think this is BS. I think this is complete BS. And there are several telltale signs. How do we know that this is BS? How can you sniff out the mainstream media diarrhea? Well, first of all, the Russians are one of the world's top arms dealers. This is nothing new. This is, since the Cold War, there are literally tons of countries that have Russian weapons. I can just give you Syria as an example, India as an example, Ukraine. Turkey just bought from Russia recently the S-400, which has been used in Ukraine now, apparently for the first time in a combat situation, which is these are surface-to-air missiles. So many countries have Soviet equipment. Indeed, Soviet. I don't mean Russian, because it's from the Soviet era, and also, of course, modern Russian equipment. So why the hell would the Russians go and buy equipment from the Chinese when Russian soldiers are trained to use Russian equipment? They're not trained on Chinese equipment. I think this is completely absurd. That makes absolutely no sense. Look at the market share This is between 2016 and 2020. Okay, the market share of the leading exporters of major weapons by country. So the United States is number one, of course, no surprise there. They have 37% of the market share when it comes to arms exports. And who's next? Russia. Russia is 20%. Russia is second place. And where's China? China's all the way down here, 5%. So I mean, Russia's exports of arms dwarf China's, right? 4 times higher. And you're telling me the Russians don't have any weapons all of a sudden, and they have to go begging for weapons that their soldiers don't know how to use? That makes absolutely no sense. Let me give you another way that you can see that this is complete BS. Look at the headline. They say Russia asks China for military help in war with Ukraine. According to whom? According to U.S. officials. Aha. And down here, again, U.S. officials. A U.S. official. According to the U.S. official. And then, of course, all of this has nothing to do with the story. They're just giving you background information here about what kind of drones they use in Ukraine. And then here they're saying that Russia's being bogged down. It's nothing to do with the request, the actual request from Russia to China. Or let's say the alleged request, the supposed request. So the entire story comes from who? Did it fall out the sky? No. It came from U.S. officials. Now, let me ask you something. Do you think U.S. officials are the most truthful of people when it comes to leaks like this? Because they're obviously they're saying it under anonymity, which, okay, fine. As a journalist, you obviously don't reveal your source. But in many cases, when it comes to scoops that are from U.S. officials, in the end, they turn out to be what? They turn out to be diarrhea. Complete diarrhea. What is one example of this diarrhea from U.S. officials? Just last year, we had this story about bounties, right? So the Russians were supposedly paying the Taliban bounties, money, to kill U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan, which makes perfect sense, right? Because when you, as an Afghan, have a foreign occupier on your land, that's not enough of a reason to fight the occupier. You need the Russians to come out of the blue and pay you money to do it, right? Otherwise, you're totally fine. Afghans are totally fine with U.S. soldiers on their soil. The only thing that would ever make them fight the U.S. is money from Russia. So, of course, that story turned out to be complete bullshit. It was reported by everyone, Rachel Maddow, NBC. You saw it in the New York Times. Complete diarrhea. Absolute diarrhea. And they even said that Iran was, China was paying bounties, and then they said Iran also has some kind of affiliation. All of it complete dog shit. And then, of course, what does this remind me of? When, again, I'm just old enough to remember this. The invasion of Iraq. The whole build up to the invasion was flooded with, according to U.S. officials, Saddam Hussein did such and such. According to U.S. officials, Saddam has links between Al-Qaeda and, he is also supplying them with weapons. And it's always according to U.S. officials, right? According to the CIA, Saddam Hussein provided nuclear weapons to Al-Qaeda. They said that, they literally said that. They said that he was trying to give them nukes, not just regular weapons. So again, which makes total sense, right? This Ba'athist secularist is going to cooperate with right-wing radical religious extremists. Makes total sense, right? So all of this intelligence, the 45 minutes from attack. In Britain, they did that. Saddam can mount an attack in 45 minutes. All of this came from who? From U.S. officials and UK officials, intelligence officials. Turned out to be complete diarrhea. And turns out I'm not the only one who saw this parallel. I want to show you something here from Glenn Greenwald. He said the exact same thing as me. He said this is far from the worst example, but it perfectly illustrates how this framework operates. Once you watch for it, you'll see it's everywhere. I can't count how many journalists linked to this article claiming that the New York Times confirms and reports. Look well. According to U.S. officials, according to an official. It's the exact same thing I just read to you. Exact same thing. So it's not the New York Times who's saying that. Not at all. And here Glenn says, at least since 2002, I've not seen U.S. corporate media so openly equate U.S. officials say with unquestioned fact. A huge portion of war headlines use this model. X, Y, and Z happened, U.S. officials say. The first paragraph says, today A, B, and C took place, a U.S. official tells us. It's exactly the same thing. And this is why we call the US and Western media state media. They want you to think that RT and Press TV and CGTN and all these things, that's the only state media that exists. And they only have that in official enemy countries. So, the Chinese have it, the Russians have it, the North Koreans have it, the Arabs have it. All the people that we don't like, they have state media. Maduro has it. But we don't have that. No, we have a free press. We're democratic. We have a democracy, and we have a fourth pillar, which is the press, and they're free to operate as they. No, they're. This is a lie. This is complete diarrhea, because they report what comes out of the mouths of the United States government as fact, and it is oftentimes certainly not a fact. It's a blatant lie. And so when you have journalists and reporters who report to you everything that U.S. government says as fact, they're not doing their jobs anymore. They are state media. They're a mouthpiece for the state. I don't know how much simpler I can put it to you. That's exactly what it is. And that's why they always support the wars. Why do you think all of these outlets from the so-called left in the United States, which is just right-wing actually, why do you think they all support the wars? Because they're speaking for the government waging the war. And actually, the right thing to say is here, which I tweeted a few hours ago, is that the West doesn't need state media in the classical sense, because it has corporations that own the state and the media. And so that's how we end up with corporate state-run media. You understand? Because the people launching the wars are also the ones doing the reporting about the wars. So you can't get anything honest from them. It's a conflict of interest, to say the very least. And I want to show you here this video. This is from a former CIA agent, John Stockwell, and he talks, don't take my word for it, listen to him. He's former CIA, and he's going to explain to you how the CIA would use journalists and feed them fake information in order to spread lies and misinformation. This goes a long way back. This is nothing new. This is about Vietnam that he's talking about. Take a look.
There are other functions, however, some of them more legitimate than others. One is to run secret wars. Another thing is to disseminate propaganda to influence people's minds. And this is a major function of the CIA. And unfortunately, of course, it overlaps into the gathering of information. You have contact with a journalist. You will give him true stories, you'll get information from him, you'll also give him false stories. You also work on their human vulnerabilities to recruit them in a classic sense, to make them your agent so that you can control what they do, so you don't have to set them up sort of, by putting one over on them. So you can say, here, plant this one next Tuesday.
Can you do this with responsible reporters?
Yes, the Church Committee brought it out in 1975, and then Woodward and Bernstein put an article in Rolling Stone a couple of years later. 400 journalists cooperating with the CIA, including some of the biggest names in the business, to consciously introduce the stories into the press.
Well, give me a concrete example of how you use the press this way.
Well, for example, in my war, the Angola war that I helped to manage, 1/3 of my staff was propaganda. I had propagandists all over the world, principally in London, Kinshasa, and Zambia. We would take stories which we would write and put them in the Zambia Times, and then pull them out and send them to a journalist on our payroll in Europe. But his cover story, you see, would be that he had gotten them from his stringer in Lusaka, who had gotten them from the Zambia Times. But after that point, the journalists, Reuters and AFP, the management was not witting of it. Now, our contact man in Europe was, and we pumped just dozens of stories about Cuban atrocities, Cuban rapists. We didn't know of one single atrocity committed by the Cubans. It was pure, raw, false propaganda to create an illusion of communists, eating babies for breakfast.
Very interesting, right? Very interesting. And by the way, speaking of Angola, because there was a war there, that's where my parents served in the as UN peacekeepers in the United Nations. I think the mission was called Univem. They had several of them. Univem 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I think certainly in 2. And yeah, so that was the point of that mission was not just peacekeeping, but also to verify that the Cubans were withdrawing because they were supporting one side of the conflict. But in any case, you see how it works, right? And as one of you mentioned in the comments, these guys, these intelligence types, they only speak freely once they get out of office. And again, not many of them do, but those who do, they spill the beans once they're in the clear. So very interesting how this works. And of course, this framework where you see, according to U.S. officials, it's so ridiculous. I mean, just substitute U.S., replace that with, let's say, Russian or Venezuelan or Iranian. Do you think anyone would believe that? In the West, people would look at that and say, but a Russian said that. And honestly, I think that's quite tragic because they've poisoned people's minds in the West. They've conditioned them to hate the word, like just hearing the word Iran. It has a negative connotation in the West because of all this hateful propaganda, right? And Russia and all this thing is very tragic because they separate people and cultures apart just so they can start wars and accomplish their foreign policy objectives. But again, you understand my point here. If people in the U.S. read an article and it said it's according to Russian officials, they would immediately say, yeah, but this is Kremlin propaganda. That's the Kremlin saying that. You believe the Kremlin? Well, it works for you. You keep saying according to U.S. officials, and this official said that. And I just showed you the other day how Ned Price, who's the State Department spokesperson, he got so angry at Matt Lee from the Associated Press because he was telling him about this Russian plan to do a false flag attack. And then Matt Lee was saying, yeah, but do you have any proof? And it's like, I just told you, Matt. And Matt, who's the journalist, he says, yeah, but you said that, you, the State Department, but do you actually have any evidence? And he's like, yeah, I just told you. Shall we print it out on a paper for you? They're not used to journalists actually asking for proof because usually journalists in the West, they just take the word of U.S. officials as gospel. Oh, a U.S. official said it must be true. That's not reporting. That's state media, man. Again, do your thing, but that's state media. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. And of course, it's like the clip on Fox News I showed you the other day, where this anchor, she was reading out something about biolabs, and I don't know what it was, and she basically when Sean Hannity asked her a follow-up question about that, she was like, I don't know, man. I got this paper, and that's what the paper says, and it was a readout from the Pentagon. Just wow. Don't ever forget that. When something says U.S. officials, it's likely bullshit. And the U.S. and the West in general, right? The UK absolutely have state media. Make no mistake about it. And it's much, much, much worse than whatever they tell you about the official enemies. Much worse. Much worse. It's not even comparable. You cannot compete. You cannot even come close to the power of propaganda that the BBC and Channel 4 and Sky News and Fox News and CNN, the power that they wield. It's not even comparable. You don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance. So you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. CIA telling you how it works. So, again, many of you signed up on Patreon. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you specifically to someone called Fuck Google. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jafar. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Echo. And thank you, Goham. I appreciate it very much. Thank you guys for supporting my work. This crab dance goes out just to you. Show them some love, guys.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Shockingly hostile.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my days. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Claudia. And again, thank you guys for supporting my work. Again, I cover international relations. I cover US politics. I cover UK politics. I cover Iran nuclear deal, Syria, the Middle East, the Assange case, Ukraine. And if you want to support my work, you can donate on Patreon $1 a month or €1 a month or £1 a month, anything you like, any amount you like, and stop whenever you want. And I'd really, really appreciate that. I couldn't do this without you, so thank you for your support. And of course, you can donate on PayPal as well. There's a QR code that you can scan with your phone if you want. And I'll put it up on the screen right now. In any case, don't go anywhere. We have much more to cover. I'm just getting the next one prepared. So this one's a bit tragic. Very tragic story. And again, before we move on, I see we have about 2,500 people watching. Again, guys, I've showed you how they're censoring people left and right on social media now. The Democrats, the liberals in the West, in the EU and the United States are really tightening the noose now on Silicon Valley, on these companies that, like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. And we really need to be vigilant. We have to have backups. So please, I implore you, if you do anything, please go and subscribe on an alternative platform, not just here on YouTube. Subscribe here, but also subscribe on something else that like Odyssey or Rockfin or Rumble or Telegram or the newsletter. Just the simple newsletter. You just put it in your email. That's it. That way you also know when I go live, for example. All of these are free. They don't cost you a cent, not a penny. And it would not just help my channel grow, but also make sure we have a backup. That's the most important thing. We have to have contingency. So again, I'll put all the links below and in the description. And just remember, my handle is Richard Medhurst. Everything is Richard Medhurst. Odyssey, Rumble, TikTok. You guys made me join TikTok now. Rockfin. All of it is /Richard Medhurst. So in any case, let me get the next thing started. Maybe you guys heard of this. There's a cameraman, a journalist who was killed in Ukraine. And it's very tragic. Take a look at this statement here. Horrible news to report. Fox cameraman Pierre Zakrzewski was killed in Ukraine. I worked with Pierre many times and I learned a lot from him. He was an absolute treasure. Rest in peace, my dear friend. That's Pierre on the right. And here Trey Yinks says, I don't know what to say. Pierre was as good as they come. Selfless, brave, passionate. I'm so sorry this happened to you. So this is a very tragic story. This guy didn't just work. I think he was maybe on assignment for Fox Now in Ukraine, but he's apparently he's worked with virtually every channel. I mean, people from CNN were also praising him. I've seen nothing but nice, kind words about him. And I want to read you the statement from Fox News about Pierre's death. So they say, "Dear colleagues, it is with great sadness and a heavy heart that we share the news this morning regarding our beloved cameraman Pierre Zakrzewski. Pierre was killed in Horenka outside of Kiev in Ukraine. Pierre was with Benjamin Hall yesterday news gathering when their vehicle was struck by incoming fire. Pierre was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria, during his long tenure with us. His passion and talent as a journalist were unmatched. Based in London, Pierre had been working in Ukraine since February. His talents were vast, and there wasn't a role that he didn't jump in to help with in the field, from photographer to engineer to editor to producer, and he did it all under immense pressure with tremendous skill. He was profoundly committed to telling the story, and his bravery, professionalism, and work ethic were renowned among journalists at every media outlet. He was wildly popular. Everyone in the media industry who has covered a foreign story knew and respected Pierre. Last year, he played a key role in getting our Afghan freelance associates and their families out of the country after the U.S. withdrawal. In December, at our annual Employee Spotlights Award, Pierre was given the Unsung Hero Award in recognition of his invaluable work. Jay Wallace said it best this morning, quote, Pierre was a constant in all of our international coverage. I, like countless others, always felt an extra sense of reassurance when arriving on the scene and seeing him with the camera in hand. The legacy of his positive spirit, boundless energy, and eye for the story will carry on. We extend our deepest condolences to Pierre's wife, Michelle, and family. Please keep them in all your prayers, and please continue to pray for Benjamin Hall, who remains hospitalized in Ukraine. We will continue to be in touch with any further updates as needed. Today is a heartbreaking day for Fox News Media and for all journalists risking their lives to deliver the news. I'll leave you with pictures of Pierre in the field doing what he loved. So again, this is absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, really, I don't say that someone who's in media. It's just it's a very dangerous job, you know. And by all accounts, from what I can see, this guy is really, really, really loved. I want to show you some more tweets. This one is from Jennifer Griffin, who works at Fox, and they said that Pierre was such a fine man, such a good friend, such a fantastic war photographer, and so much more. Rest in peace. And that's him on the left. I want to show you a video over here. This is from CNN, right? So not Fox News. And I want to show you the video of them talking about Pierre and what they said. This is again Clarissa Ward and Cooperson, right? Take a look.
I'm sorry for your loss. What was he like?
I mean, Anderson, every death in a war zone is a tragedy, but this one definitely hit really close to home. I first worked with Pierre in Gaza in 2006.
Wow, that long.
I was a puppy, a very young producer, and he's one of the most extraordinarily kind, generous, talented, gracious people you could ever imagine working with. He really was the real deal, Pierre. He cared so much about these stories. Every war zone you went to, Pierre was there. This was his life. This was his passion. He was dedicated to it. He had this sort of shock of curls and this bushy mustache and this sort of booming voice and this big smile, but he was also a deeply sensitive person and deeply devoted to the subjects whose stories he was telling. And so it is a devastating loss, and it's also a devastating loss to 24-year-old Sasha, the Ukrainian producer who was working with them. And I think sometimes it's easy to forget when a loss hits so close to home that the producers we work with in Ukraine and other war zones, they're the ones who have the courage to stay when everybody else is fleeing, to act as translators, to tell these stories, to explain the complexities and nuances of different cultures and conflicts to us. And their bravery is frankly staggering.
And we depend on local people in the local communities who know the terrain, who know the languages. I mean, we couldn't do our work without them.
There's no way you could do it without them. There's no way. And the courage it takes to do that work when you're also dealing with trying to help your family, to make sure people are safe, dealing with all the logistics of having your life upended. It's really extraordinary. And that's really what made Pierre a very special person.
I'm sorry.
So you can see the heartfelt reactions all across the board. I want to show you something though, because although this guy's being praised by other journalists in CNN, at Fox, look at what some people were doing. This person over here tweeted this. They said, a Fox News reporter has been injured in Kiev. If he was shot by the Russians, is that a case of friendly fire? Wow. Wow. And then, because they're basically implying that Fox News loves Russia. And so this guy who got killed, the cameraman, is working for Putin. He's a propagandist for Putin. And it's saying, oh, is that friendly fire because he was killed by Russians? I mean, that's kind of low. They deleted it afterwards and said that my tweet about a Fox News journalist was idiotic and stupid. I apologize. I wrote a Fox News journal was injured near Kiev. If it was the Russians, was it friendly fire? Well, Fox is neo-fascist propaganda. That's the hosts, not reporters. I was an asshole. And then it's more than that. So this person over here, Susan, said, who's a staff writer in the New Yorker and CNN, said, what a tragedy. a cameraman died covering the war for a TV network that airs a pro-Putin propagandist as its top-rated primetime host. So they're talking about Tucker Carlson. And again, I mean, this is so low. This is really low. And what I wanted to highlight to you is not just that this guy was loved and respected by many people at both networks, CNN and Fox, but I wanted to highlight to you the reaction from liberals that even when someone dies, they try to trivialize the death and use it and capitalize off of it to spin their narrative and to, again, just keep on with this Russiagate stuff. Like they don't even respect the dead. They even use a dead cameraman as cannon fodder for their propaganda. I mean, that's just low. Do you see how low they are? They have absolutely no morals, no dignity. They don't even respect themselves, because if they respected themselves, they wouldn't say these kinds of things. Right? And I want to read you Glenn's reaction to this. He said that exploiting the tragic death of a brave journalist in a war zone to smear another journalist as a Kremlin propagandist, these people's souls are rotted from the inside out, consumed with jingoism and a McCarthyite zeal to hunt traitors, leaving them convinced all tactics are just. And that's absolutely what it is, right? It's the exactly what I've been telling you about jingoism, neo-McCarthyism. You know, we're in a Red Scare 3.0. Yeah, there have been previous ones. We're in a Red Scare 3.0 where they're coming out in the U.S. and it's all bets off. You know, anyone you don't like, just call them a Russian asset, even if they're dead. Even if they're dead, you can use the dead people as cannon fodder and call them Kremlin assets and Putin propaganda. All these garbage words. It's so boring. They're so boring. Honestly, they're so boring. And I want to show you another thing. There's another journalist who died. So this guy used to work for the New York Times, is Brent Renaud. And the New York Times posted his picture, and they said Brent Renaud, an award-winning American filmmaker and journalist, was killed in Ukraine on Saturday. So that's, on Sunday. That's just one day before Pierre. And they say that Brent Renaud, who often collaborated with his brother Craig, was known for highlighting the human impact of war and conflict. So that's two journalists, Western journalists from former New York Times and Fox, that have been killed. And this guy over here was with Brent, and someone interviewed him while he was being treated in the hospital.
Tell me, please, what is your name?
Juan.
Juan? Where are you from?
The U.S.
Yes. What happened to you?
We crossed the first bridge in Irpin. We're going to film other refugees leaving, and we got into a car. Somebody offered to take us to the other bridge, and we crossed a checkpoint, and they start shooting at us. So the driver turned around, and they kept shooting. It's two of us. My friend is Brent Renaud, and he's been shot and left behind.
And how is he?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know what happened to him.
I saw him being shot in the neck, and we got split, and I got pulled into the.
And who brought you here?
An ambulance. I don't know.
Tell me, please, what?
So again, I honestly, I'm not too familiar with these guys, but I think it's messed up. It's very tragic that they, I think it's very tragic that they got killed. And I don't know if it was Russian fire. They all say that it's Russian fire. Look, here they're saying 2 American journalists shot by Russian at Irpin Bridge. And then, of course, they said the same thing about Pierre. Again, I don't know if that's true, but I just wanted to highlight to you how loathsome liberals are. Like they're even ready to make fun of the dead just to advance their nonsense. And honestly, this guy here, Pierre, they're saying in the Fox obituary that he did everything. He wasn't just a cameraman. He was also doing, working as an engineer sometimes or as a producer. So I don't know to what extent he was writing. But I mean, if the guy's just a simple cameraman, how much editorial control he has, I don't know. I hate Fox and I hate CNN. To me, they're trash. They're absolute garbage. But I'm not going to stoop to the level of these people, like these liberals, who think that it's funny to laugh at dead journalists. What's one thing that I would like to see, because you see all this outpouring of support for these guys, these 2 journalists, Pierre and Brent. Like, where's the outpouring of support for Assange, who's also being slowly killed? Like, I saw the guy in jail. I was watching him during the trial, and he had a stroke. He had a stroke, Assange, just a few months ago. And he looks absolutely terrible. I'm telling you this. I saw it with my own eyes. He looks awful. Awful. Do you know, just to give you an idea, I didn't even know it was him. Because, you know, I'm typing away. I'm trying to report live while the court's happening. I was like, who is this old guy on my screen? I swear to God, it took me like a minute to understand. Oh my God, it's him? That's Assange? That's how bad he looks. That's how bad he looks. And again, I say that in the most respectful way possible. I don't want to like make fun of his appearance or something. I'm just trying to communicate to you. I'm trying to convey to you the gravity of the situation, that this guy is being tortured physically and psychologically, and it's ruining his health. Like, this is not just about being in Belmarsh prison. Like, even when he was in the embassy, one of the doctors who testified at the extradition hearing, which I attended, an American doctor, you know, she said that Assange, for example, he couldn't even go to the dentist. He risked having infections because he was holed up in the embassy. They were threatening to storm it, the British, you know, which would break the Vienna Convention, but they threatened it anyway. They spied on him in the embassy. They tried to steal his kid's diaper. That's not even a joke. They weren't sure that the kids being brought by Stella Morris, his partner, were Assange's kids. So in order to find out, they wanted to steal his kid's poop to see the DNA. I mean, just the most depraved things. And then, of course, they were discussing assassinating him, you know, just all sorts of things. And he's a journalist, and Assange is one of the most consequential journalists. So, again, journalists do risk their lives. Thank you very much for admitting that, everybody at CNN, and, you know, Anderson Cooper and Clarissa Ward and everyone else. They do risk their lives, and Assange is one of them. He is one of them. He may not have been a combat journalist like Pierre or Brent or, you know, Jeremy Bowen, someone like that, but he has revealed many things about combat, and he has done extremely consequential journalism, and they don't care about his health, and they don't care because their governments are the ones doing it. The difference is that I'm ready to criticize my government, the British government, for allowing this to happen. They're not ready to criticize their own governments because they're jealous of Assange and his work, that he's more consequential than they will ever be. And again, that is just as much an affront. And as a matter of fact, I would say it's even worse because journalists usually, unless they're in Israel, Israel kills journalists on purpose. But usually, journalists are killed by accident. In the case of Assange, that is on purpose. There is an intent to make him suffer. That is not an accident. Do you understand? Again, my heart goes out to the families of these journalists, but I wish that they would show the same kind of sympathy and you know, compassion for someone like Assange, who, you know, if the mainstream media did their jobs right now, he would have a fighting chance, because it's a political trial, and political pressure and public pressure can influence it. But alas. And can I say one more thing? Because not everything is about Assange. I can tell you there's also people at Press TV who died. There's like Serena Shim. She was an American citizen and American Lebanese. I think she was half. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she was Lebanese American, and she was killed in Turkey covering the war in Syria. Do you think that anyone cared about her, even though she's an American citizen? Of course not. You know why? Because she was saying things that they don't like in Washington and in Whitehall. She was exposing what the rebels in Syria are. She was exposing that the terrorists were coming through the Turkish border into Syria on these, I think it was UN trucks or World Food Program trucks. Again, don't quote me, but it was one of these NGOs. I mean, shocking stuff. And she said on TV, she came on television, the video's still on YouTube, and she said that she was just visited by Turkish intelligence and they were harassing her and accusing her of being a spy. And a few hours later, she died in a car crash. Speaking of Syria, and again, I'm not done with Ukraine, but speaking of Syria, let me show you this, because today is quite a special day. And I don't mean that in a good way. But today marks 11 years that the war on Syria began. And again, I know they like to call it a civil war. I'm sorry, man. When you got Turkey, Israel, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, the EU, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. You got a dozen countries trying to overthrow a government. That ain't a civil war. And so today marks 11 years since they started this regime change project in Syria. And, you know, it's unbelievable because I haven't been able to go back to Syria since. I haven't seen my family since. So, you know, even people outside of Syria have been affected and hurt by this war. Obviously not to the same degree as the people still inside Syria or who lived through it, but still, nevertheless, it has impacted people worldwide. And, you know, they tried to destroy Syria, and they did it through covert means. The CIA began funneling weapons from Libya after they got rid of Gaddafi. They started funneling all of his arms cache over to Syria, to these jihadists. And you have various groups. You know, you had people supported by Turkey. You still do, right? You have, for example, Jaish al-Islam or Faylaq al-Rahman. These are terrorist groups that are supported by Qatar, by Saudi Arabia. And there are many, many, many of them, right? That's why I call them 50 flavors of jihad, because it's really, there's almost no difference between them. They're all very similar, but they exist nevertheless. And right now, of course, ISIS is not as big as of a threat as it used to be, but it's still there. And the situation was very bad at one point, because when you get rid of the government, you go into Libya, for example, and you get rid of Gaddafi, what happens? You've removed the order. And I know they want to babble on about how, oh, he's such a dictator. Shut the fuck up. He's not worse than your Western leaders. He's not. And when you get rid of him, you have the scum that start crawling out of the woodwork. And you have extremists who start filling in that power vacuum, right? So that's what happened in Iraq. They got rid of Saddam Hussein. And then what happens after Saddam Hussein? You have Al-Qaeda that starts taking a foothold in Iraq. You have this sectarian violence, which, again, was, I mean, nowhere near the same scale as before, right? I mean, before it was minuscule compared to that. And they started turning Shia against Sunni, and they started, you know, the CIA was letting these terrorist groups, they were, again, never forget, Zarqawi, and all of these people in Al-Qaeda, they were either on U.S. payroll at one point, or they were in U.S. custody at one point. They know these people. That's not a coincidence. And so after that, of course, you had ISIS. And why does this happen? Where did Al-Qaeda come from? Where did ISIS come from? How did they gain such a foothold in Iraq? These groups were enabled by the United States and the United Kingdom and NATO. Under Saddam Hussein, again, that guy's not far, he's far from perfect. He did a lot of messed up things. But under Saddam Hussein, he rules with an iron fist. There's no such thing as Al-Qaeda. He was enemies with Al-Qaeda. Any sort of extremism is crushed. And that is the same in Syria. Exact same thing in Syria. And of course, what happened? The United States came in and got rid of Saddam Hussein, and then they tried to get rid of Bashar al-Assad. And then what do you happen? What do you end up with? What happens? You have ISIS taking a place. They're taking a foothold in Iraq and Syria. And I want to show you a map from 2015 just to jog your memory and convey to you how serious and how dire the situation was at one point. So half of Syria was under the control of ISIS at one point. I mean, look at that. That is astonishing, right? That is astonishing. And of course, this is where the oil is. It's not a coincidence. They were plundering the oil. And, you know, it's not a coincidence. And right now, this is what the map looks like. So the Syrian government has taken back Aleppo. And here ISIS is gone. But instead of ISIS, the yellow parts is, I mean, what do you have in yellow? You have the Kurdish-led SDF, so the Kurdish forces, and you have, of course, the Americans. So, you know, they got rid of ISIS, and America took their place, like literally on the ground. And right now, you know, where did all these terrorists go? They didn't all get killed. About 20,000 of them, 20 to 30,000 of them are actually here in northern Syria, in Idlib, in this region. Right? So this is occupied by Turkey and also by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is a terrorist group. It used to be called Jabhat al-Nusra, and before that it used to be called Al-Qaeda. It's Al-Qaeda. They just changed the name so people don't notice. In the West, of course. And so Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, is run by Al-Jolani, and he's, they tried rehabilitating him on PBS. I covered it here on the channel. They did an interview with him, they put him in a suit. They took him out of his regular fatigues and put him in a suit to try and, whitewash his image, make him look more serious. He's the leader of this terrorist group of Al-Qaeda in Syria. And so you still have terrorism there. You still have Daesh, ISIS. Look at these black pockets over here in the desert, in the Syrian desert. This is ISIS. And a few months ago, it wasn't there. Last year it wasn't there because now the situation's gotten worse. And you always hear of explosions in Tadmor and Palmyra, for example. Just a few days ago, actually, you had Syrian soldiers, I think 13 Syrian soldiers that were killed in an attack. A few weeks ago, before that, the same thing. So ISIS is still there. But I want you to understand that there isn't a big difference between ISIS and the other terrorists. They're all the same. They were created by the same gang. They're still financed by the same gang, and they were enabled. Their entire existence was enabled by the same gang. If NATO had not toppled Saddam and tried to topple Bashar al-Assad, these groups would not exist. There was no such thing as ISIS. No such thing. Al-Qaeda was just in Pakistan and Afghanistan. And it spread, it was created in the first place by the CIA, but it spread over here to the Levant and then all the way to Libya because of NATO interventions. And intervention is kind of I think that's a wrong word. It's an invasion, it's an attack, it's a coup. An intervention is it's too light, honestly. But they failed. They weren't able to succeed. So despite 11 years of suffering, they weren't able to succeed. Remember, there's this article from the New York Times titled "Behind the Sudden Death of a $1 billion Secret CIA War in Syria." And so this was published in 2017. And they say that Trump ended this program where they were leading a 4-year-old effort to arm and train Syrian rebels. Now, of course, don't get confused, because there's one program which they talk about where they spent so much money and they ended up with like 50 rebels. Literally, it's like 50 people, and that's all they had to show for it, which is ridiculous. Don't get fooled by that, because it's much bigger than that. As I told you, they were sending Gaddafi's weapons, the weapons he had stocked up in Libya. After they killed him, they sent that over to the guys in Syria, the terrorists there, and then of course they were sending lethal aid and non-lethal aid. You remember the British, the Americans, they all said, oh, we're going to send logistical support to the rebels and we're going to help them in their fight for democracy and all this bullshit. And then accidentally, oops, all of the lethal stuff would fall into their hands. Oops, we dropped these supplies and ISIS got a hold of them. Oops, all of the US military equipment that they gave to the Iraqi army is now taken over by ISIS. Oh, oops. And so I want to make one thing very clear, because we need to be very, very, very clear on why this failed. Why did the regime change project fail in Syria? Why did the attack fail? It failed because Iran, Russia, and Hezbollah saved Syria. The United States and NATO want to take credit for defeating ISIS. This is ridiculous, because number one, they created ISIS. They allowed ISIS to happen by creating a power vacuum in Iraq and Syria. The people in ISIS were funded, trained, and equipped by the CIA before that. They allowed this to happen. They wanted this to happen. And third, the United States, do you know what their idea of fighting ISIS was? Let me show you what Mosul looks like. You know, Mosul is a city in Iraq, and they liberated it, the Americans. Look, this is what Mosul looks like now. I mean, absolutely decimated. Absolutely decimated. This looks like Berlin in 1945. Completely decimated. They carpet bombed it. So that's their idea of defeating ISIS. Right? And I want to show you Fallujah. Fallujah is known as the city of mosques because it has so many mosques there. And of course, I believe this photograph is from 2016, perhaps. It doesn't say, but let me go back and get you another one. So this is in 2004 when they destroyed it the first time, and then they destroyed it again in 2016. There's several battles of Fallujah, actually, right? There's several battles, and they completely decimated it. And, they called it the city of mosques. And because there's so many minarets, they destroyed so many of their mosques. I don't remember the exact figure, but in Iraq, I think they destroyed something in total. The number of mosques is absurd. The number of doctors that left Iraq after the 2003 invasion is absurd. But sorry, just going back to 2016, and when NATO came in to supposedly fight ISIS, right? Number one, no one invited the Americans. The Americans invaded Syria illegally and under the pretext of fighting ISIS. Do you understand? Syria never allowed the US government permission to come fight ISIS. They were never, ever given permission. They invaded Syria, and they are still in Syria under the pretext of fighting ISIS, which they created. So this is completely, utterly absurd. This is completely absurd. And we have to give the real credit where credit is due. Because it's Russia, and it's Iran, and it is Hezbollah who saved Syria from being captured by the jihadists. And again, I don't like using the word jihadist because jihad in Islam, in Arabic, it means like a sense of duty. Originally, it's supposed to be a personal fight, like a personal duty. And they, of course, they co-opted the term and turned it into a negative connotation. And I think that's not fair. So we should just stick with the correct term for describing Al-Qaeda and these people, which is terrorists, because that's who they are. Jihad, it's a good thing in the religious context, but they weaponized it. So again, I don't think it's the right word to use. But I just want to show you a map, because you guys need to understand how close they were to capturing Damascus, the capital of Syria, where I was born. And let me show you. I posted this once. I'm going to try and find it again for you. Yeah. So look at this. This should give you an idea. So in 2018, in early 2018, the Syrian army, they launched an operation called Damascus Steel to take back the countryside, or let's say the suburbs of Damascus, which is the Ghouta. Again, let me just show you on the map what we're talking about so you can visualize this. This is Damascus. This is the capital of Syria. Okay, this is Damascus here, and Ghouta is just outside in the surrounding areas here. It's you can already see it. It's much greener. You have farms, and of course the city of Douma, where you had this so-called fake chemical gas attack, is also in Ghouta. So basically, they started taking back the neighborhoods first. Jobar was occupied by the terrorists. They started by taking back Jobar, and then they advanced outwards into Ghouta, into this whole area, and then they took back Douma. And so the terrorists were literally here in the capital, and they had built a network of tunnels. And I want to show you on the map how close they were. Like this is Aleppo Street in Damascus. Again, I apologize for how small the map is. I'm still going to try and zoom in. But you can see the marking here. This is Aleppo Street, Shara Halab, and this is Abbasiyin Stadium. So this is a football stadium in the Saht al-Abbasiyin. I know this area very well. Very, very, very well. And this is where I have cousins living. So you can walk from Shara Halab from here to Saht al-Abbasiyin literally in less than 5 minutes. So just to give you an idea of the distance here between this line here, the red is the opposition groups, and you see how they call them opposition groups? It's terrorist groups. Who are these groups? Jaish al-Islam and Ahrar al-Sham. These are terrorist groups funded by Saudi Arabia, funded by Qatar, and you have Faylaq al-Rahman as well. This is how close they were. Do you understand? This is already in the city. It's not like they're near the city. It's in the city. So I know this very, 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 very well, this area. This is home. And so they are literally blocks away from my cousins, and of course from the old city is of a bit further down here. But just to give you an idea how close that was, and this is Damascus, right? So this is the capital. You capture Damascus, is game over. That is how close things were. And if Iran and Russia and Hezbollah hadn't intervened, man, who knows what would have happened? Obviously, they would have captured the country and would have been game over. You would have the black flag of ISIS flying over Damascus. And this was for years that these terrorists were in this area. For years. They built tunnels. They were shelling Damascus. My cousin Roni, who was studying in the architecture faculty at the University of Damascus, they shelled the university, and they killed about 13 students, I think it was in 2013. See, this is an article from the BBC. University of Damascus hit by mortars. And they killed, how many students were... I forgot where 15 students. There we go. So that one example, that's just one example. That's how close they were, that they were able to bomb the university and so on. Just randomly, every single day you would have mortars falling. It's terrible. And so... Aleppo suffered far worse destruction, but Damascus also had its fair share. And I want to play you this clip from the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. I want you to listen to what he says. There's a translation underneath, so just look at the subtitles. It's very, very important, okay?
هل فعلا الشهيد قاسم سليماني التقى الرئيس الروسي فلاديمير بوتين وتحدث معه شخصيا حول دخول القوات الروسية إلى سوريا؟
صحيح. هو صار في نقاشات سابقة. تعرف الموقف الروسي إلى ما قبل الدخول كان موقف سياسي. يعني بالأول موقف سياسي بدأ إنه مجلس الأمن بيحطوا فيتو، بيدافعوا بيحموا. بالموضوع اللوجستي كانوا يساعدوا، بالموضوع المعلوماتي كانوا يساعدوا، إلى ما دون الحضور المباشر. وعلى كل حال المعركة في سوريا كانت التحولات بلشت فيها ثاني سنة. يعني هو الخط البياني نزول كان أول سنة، بس من السنة الثانية تقريبا بلش الخط البياني يطلع ثاني سنة ثالث سنة. لكن طبعا المعركة كانت ستطول
منتصف 2013
كان ستطول أكثر بكثير مما كانت عليه. لذلك أهمية الدخول العسكري الروسي كان مؤثر جدا، هذا لا نستطيع أن ننكره. يعني فيومها كان في تردد عند الرئيس بوتين، وبتعرف كانت روسيا تقريبا محاصرة، يعني بالمنطقة ما عندها شيء، بالشرق الأوسط كله ما عندها شيء، وحتى بأوروبا الشرقية أخذوا منها دولها، وحتى بقيت بعض الدول التي كانت في جوار روسيا وفي ظلها، وفي بدأ الأمريكيون يقطفونها الواحدة تلو الأخرى. في كل الأحوال هم كان عنده قلق أنه هذا الخيار فيه مخاطرة، مغامرة خاسرة، أو خطوة يمكن أن يكتب لها النجاح. هون ما كان النقاش السياسي هو اللي بيخليه يقتنع، بده نقاش عسكري. فوقتها أخونا الحاج قاسم طبعا صار تنسيق بين إيران وروسيا، وذهب الحاج قاسم سليماني إلى موسكو والتقى بالرئيس بوتين، ولمدة ساعتين، يعني الوقت كمان مهم، وبحضور عدد من المسؤولين المعنيين عسكريين وأمنيين وسياسيين. ووقت الحج هو حكى لي، يعني
نعم،
عم نحكي هون مباشر، يعني ما في سند عن فلان عن فلان. فبيقول على الطاولة أنا وضعت الخرائط، الواقع الحالي، أين نحن يعني كل الجيش السوري وكل من معه من أصدقاء، أين الجماعات المسلحة، المناطق، ما هي فرص العمل، ما هي فرص النجاح. عمل له قراءة استراتيجية للوضع في سوريا والمحيط، والفكرة المطروحة، وما هي النتائج المتوقعة. طبعا عم يحكي كلام علمي موضوعي عسكري ميداني، وعلى الخريطة وعلى المساحة وعلى الأرقام والأعداد. في تلك الجلسة الرئيس بوتين قال للحاج أنا اقتنعت، وعلى ضوء تلك الجلسة اتخذ هذا القرار. هذا ما سمعته أنا من الأخ الحاج قاسم سليماني، وبعدين هذا معروف
يعني نستطيع القول أن الدخول الروسي كان بمبادرة إيرانية بالتشاور مع دمشق أو بطلب سوري؟
وبطلب سوري. السوري كان يرغب في هذه المشاركة،
ولكنه لم يطلب مباشرة.
لم يطلب من الروس.
نعم.
ما عندي علم، لكن أنا بفترض أنه طلب، بفترض أنه طبيعي يكون طلب لأنه كان حقيقة،
ولكن بوتين اقتنع عندما ذهب إليه.
كان في حاجة إلى المساعدة يا أستاذ غسان، في قيادة وفي نظام وفي بلد، في حرب كونية عليه
لا شك نعم.
So you guys see Nasrallah, who's the head of Hezbollah, explaining that the Russians actually did not want to enter Syria, right? And it's only until because the Syrian government asked them for help, and the Russians initially didn't want to. They helped in other ways, but in terms of actually having Russian planes and forces fighting this war, no. And Haj Qasim, who's the General Soleimani, who Trump assassinated, he was the head of the Quds Force, which is a branch of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. He goes to Moscow and finally he's able to convince Putin to accept Syria's invitation, and that's how the Russians come in. And that's really the moment when they turn the tide of the war, because Hezbollah and Iran were already helping Syria since, I think, 2012, 2013, around this period, but Russia only comes in around 2015, 2016. Okay? So the situation was very, very, very dire. And this is even mentioned in the New York Times article that I just showed to you. They even say that the rebel army, backed by the U.S., was a shell hollowed out by more than a year of bombing by Russian planes and confined to ever-shrinking patches of Syria that government troops had not reconquered. So basically, even they admit that the Russians really hollowed out the so-called rebels. And of course, this is the truth. They don't want you to know, because they want you to think that, oh yeah, the United States defeated ISIS, and that's why the United States is in Iraq with Operation Inherent. God, these names are so horrible. I forgot what it's called. Inherent Freedom. So they're occupying Iraq under the guise of fighting ISIS, and they're in Syria, protecting the oil, stealing the oil, and pretending to fight ISIS. This is all nonsense. This is all nonsense. This is economic warfare. This is they're grasping at straws. They have nothing left because they failed to get rid of Bashar al-Assad. They did not anticipate. I really think they did not expect the Russians to come in. They failed in their calculation. They clearly miscalculated, because Russia was willing to step in, and at that point there's nothing they could do anymore. There's nothing they could do anymore, because if the Americans then go in, that's a nuclear war, and then of course we have the same kind of dynamic. But you get the idea. We have to give credit where credit is due. And of course you have many people who hate Hezbollah, they hate Bashar al-Assad, they hate the Russians, they hate Iran. Okay, that's your opinion. But looking at what happened, the historical fact, it's because of Russia and Iran and Hezbollah that Syria was able to survive this regime change project, and that these terrorist groups have been now confined to just Idlib. They've all been bussed in these green buses. They drove them up to northern Syria and put them there instead of having them in central Damascus, or in Ghouta and Douma. And of course, I just want to show you again on the map. When they launched Operation Damascus Steel in February 2018, in about 2 months, it didn't even take them 2 months to recapture all of Ghouta and also Douma. Okay? And so this is what's so funny to me, because right when the Syrian government, the Syrian army has liberated Jobar, and they've taken back Ghouta, and they've basically taken the last thing left is Douma. All of a sudden there's this chemical gas attack. Now you guys tell me something. When you're winning a battle, and you've basically finished, you've conquered the enemy, you've taken back everything, you've accomplished the goal, do you use chemical weapons to kill like 30 civilians? Who the fuck does that? How does that make any sense? How does that make any sense? Can you show me one example of anyone doing that in history? Anyone? who's winning a battle, and then on the last day just decides to gas a couple of civilians, and does the only thing that's going to make sure that the US and the UK and the United Kingdom and France bomb you. What idiot would do that? How do you expect us to believe this? This is so stupid. It's so stupid. And that's what they want you to believe. This is the kind of stuff that they expect you to swallow. Because of course they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to reveal these details to you because that would be educating you. They don't want to educate you. They want to keep you ignorant. So again, I want to show you just a timeline of this, how they took back all of Ghouta. You see that all in green? That's what it was in the beginning. And look how they're taking it back bit by bit. This is all through February. The green is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Here it is. This is April. 1st of April. There's just this tiny patch left. And Jaish al-Islam are finished. And then all of us, so the Syrian government has taken back all of this, and then they just suddenly decide to use chemical weapons. Wow. Wow. You expect us to believe that? Amazing. Amazing. But of course, right now Syria is not free. Syria is under sanctions, and I think this is the punishment because they know that they weren't able to win militarily, so economically they can try and strangle Syria. So right now, since June 2020, Donald Trump, he put the Caesar Act sanctions on Syria. So anyone who wants to invest in Syria, like if you want to, I don't know, you want to build roads, you want to build schools, anything you want to do in Syria, you're not allowed to because the United States government will punish you. So these are some of the worst sanctions, the strictest sanctions, the harshest sanctions in modern history. Okay? The United States by itself, this is not allowed under international law, but they've done it anyway. They basically tried to isolate Syria economically and prevent other countries from investing and helping with the reconstruction, because Syria needs a lot of reconstruction. And of course, another way that you strangle Syria economically is not just with sanctions, which is like a siege warfare, but it's also by taking the revenue away, right? So again, if we were talking about how Saudi Arabia and Russia and Iran, they're major oil exporters, Syria is not a major oil exporter, but it does have oil. And inside Syria, that oil is 25% of the government's revenue. That's 1/4 of the government's revenue coming from oil. And what happened with the oil? I showed you before how ISIS had taken the oil. They were selling it to Turkey and smuggling it out, because the oil is over here in Deir ez-Zor and Hasake. So in these two governorates, right? You have some major oil fields right here. I hope you can see where I'm circling. So down here in in eastern and northeastern Syria, the Omar oil fields are there. And now instead of ISIS, who do you have? You have the Americans. You can see actually the oil wells here on the map, these little black spots, right, representing these the big oil fields. So there's a big concentration over here and a big concentration up here. And it's not just the oil in this region. This region in Syria is called the breadbasket region because Syria grows wheat and cotton and many things. Before the war, Syria used to be a net exporter of wheat because that's how much wheat Syria had. It had a surplus. It had so much wheat that it's able to sell it and export it. And, to countries like Italy and so on. And now this is what it looks like in Syria. So the same country that was exporting wheat now has bread lines. You have people queuing up to buy bread because there's no bread. You have to wait hours just to get one bag of bread, which barely feeds a family, and that's, I don't need the pictures to tell you that. My cousins told me this. And the same thing with gas. If you want, for your car, you have to wait sometimes 2 fucking days in the queue at the gas station. 2 days. Can you imagine that? You're waiting 2 days with your car just to get fuel in some cases. And so, the electricity is also crap. When I used to go to Syria the last time, so in 2010 or 2011, the electricity would not cut anymore. That was always an issue in Syria. We don't have enough electricity, and every single day or every couple of days, it would cut for a few hours. But that didn't happen anymore in 2010. And then the war starts, right? And it destroyed the country. Now you have bread lines, and now there's no electricity. So you get maybe 4 hours electricity a day in Damascus, 6 if you're lucky. Can you imagine? My cousin told me no one eats meat anymore because it goes bad in the fridge all the time. You can't keep it in the fridge because the electricity goes off, the fridge is not working. But of course, you know, they're not going to tell you that because they want you to think that this is punishing Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad doesn't feel shit from the sanctions, man. Just like Putin their lifestyle doesn't change. They still have access to goods. They can afford everything they want. They're not affected by this in any way. At all. At all. Nothing. They keep their Mercedes. They keep their nice cars and houses and palaces and their bread. They're fine. But it's the civilians who are not fine. And of course, this is much worse than just, I mean, not only are people starving, but of course, this means that Syria cannot import medical parts. So if you're a hospital and you need an x-ray machine, screw you. Good luck getting the x-ray machine. Germany and the other countries that manufacture these specialized medical equipment are not going to sell it to you because they'll get in trouble with the US. You know, if you want to, you need replacement parts for the commercial airliners, screw you. Boeing is not going to sell it to you. Airbus is not going to sell it to you. Good luck. So that's the war on Syria right now. You know, it's an economic war more than anything. And if you think that's a joke, I mean, my cousins told me that the sanctions are so bad, they would rather go back to having the mortars, the bombs falling down on them when you had Jaish al-Islam and Ahrar al-Sham and Faylaq al-Rahman, all these terrorist groups inside Damascus and lobbing mortars and killing students. They would rather go back to this than have the sanctions because at least under the war, you could actually get electricity and, well, it would still cut off, but you could get fuel, you could get bread, at least to a much higher degree than you can now. So if you think sanctions are not deadly, you're an idiot and or a liar. And in most cases, they're liars because they tell you on the media that, oh yeah, we're going to punish the regime. You're not punishing anyone in the so-called regime. You're just hurting civilians. That's the only thing you're doing. So again, although Syria has been mostly liberated from these terrorists, there's still ISIS here. There's still a U.S. airbase down here in Al Tanaf. And there is still the U.S. occupying the oil, choking Syria's revenue. And then, of course, you still have the Turkish army occupying Idlib and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham over there. So Syria has been cut into 4 or 5 parts. And, of course, you have the Israelis down here, right, occupying the Golan Heights since 1967, right? And Naftali Bennett, the Israeli prime minister, he just unveiled some plan in December to double the number of settlements, illegal settlements in the Golan Heights, you know. So the Golan Heights has oil, has snow, has water. It's an important strategic point, and the Israelis stole it. And they are not only just occupying it, but increasing the number of settlements, which violates a bunch of UN Security Council resolutions, 242 to name one. And they, of course, illegally annexed it, right? Just like they annexed Jerusalem. They passed a law in Israel stating that, yeah, the Golan Heights are Israeli and Jerusalem is part of Israel. And the UN has come out and said, no, screw you. We don't recognize that. It's not Israeli. You have no right to do that. But they don't care because Israel is above international law, you know. So I love it when they talk about sovereignty in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Syria has been chopped up into like 15 parts. I mean, just look at the number of colors. Look at that. Look at that. Look how many parts it's been chopped up into. And who started this? The Israelis and the Americans. NATO did this. Again, even Turkey. Turkey is a NATO country, right? Although, of course, Erdogan's ambitions are something else. But look at how Syria has been cut up into 15 parts. Look how it's being starved. Look how many people turned refugees. You know, half of Syria's population was displaced in the war. Half the population displaced. Can you imagine how shocking that is? I mean, it's awful. It's really awful, you know? Even my family, you know, many of my cousins, they're gone. They don't live there anymore. There's no one there. It's horrible. I don't blame them. But what do you think that does for the future of the country? Who's going to rebuild it? You know, like now the West, who take in the refugees, they got all the educated people. the doctors, the lawyers, the architects. So those, it's a brain drain. Those people flee the war and go to the West, and then the West benefits from these professions. And of course, they benefit from, again, I hate this word, unskilled labor, but let's say manual labor, people who are just doing white collar, but blue collar jobs. In both cases, it makes no difference what job you are. You're benefiting from a workforce, yes? And where does that leave Syria? Thankfully, Russia and China, they've given the finger, and Iran has given the finger to these U.S. sanctions. Russia, China, Iran are not afraid to deal with Syria, and they will be part of the reconstruction, and Syria just entered the Belt and Road Initiative, right? So obviously, I don't think the Belt and Road Initiative on its own will be enough to help rebuild Syria, but it's a damn good start, and it's very good that Syria is strengthening ties with China. China's the future. And I want to read to you just some tweets, just some closing remarks. This is from Pepe Escobar. He said, 11 years ago, the U.S. lack of intelligence complex launched a massive covert op to regime change Damascus using so-called moderate rebels. They killed hundreds of thousands of Syrians and turned millions into refugees. They failed miserably because of Syria, Iran, and Russia. And of course, we should add Hezbollah. And here Hadi Nasrallah said, today marks the 11th anniversary of the CIA-backed so-called Syrian revolution. 11 years of unconditional Western support for global terrorism. 11 years of NATO-sponsored ethnic cleansing of minorities. 11 years of fatal sanctions. 11 years of looting Syria's resources. Some of NATO's rebels committed these massacres, right? So, I mean, the list is just enormous. And honestly, this is, I think Hadi would have included many more, but there's a character limit in the tweets, right? This is nothing. This is a drop in the water, these massacres. There's so much more. It's horrible. And I want to show you this. Look at what the rebels that Obama was backing did. Look, they caged women. They literally put 400 Alawites, so Alawi women, in fucking cages. These are the moderate rebels that Obama backed, that Trump backed, that the United States and the West are backing. They put them in cages. So again, this makes me so angry, right? It's just like in Ukraine. Oh yeah, we're helping the Ukrainians fight for their democracy. They don't tell you what the fucking neo-Nazis that they're giving weapons to, huh? What about them? You just conveniently leave that out? That you have a very, very powerful chunk of neo-Nazis? And just like in Syria, the moderate rebels, they're not moderate and they're not rebels. They're guns for hire. They're mercenaries. They're foreigners who came to Syria, which you paid. You gave them weapons from Libya and you used them for regime change. This is not a revolution. It's a coup. And the scum of the earth, the United States and its allies, and Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Qatar and Israel, they were helping religious extremists, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. They encouraged this. They created this. They financed this. They funded this and then lied to you and told you they're moderate rebels. Bullshit. This is a drop in the water. This is so horrible. These photographs are so horrible. And it's just a drop in the water. That's just to give you an idea how many atrocities have happened, you know? So, you know, it's horrible. It's really horrible. And they do this, of course, to the Alawites because Alawis are a minority. Christians are a minority. I mean, Christians make, like me, we make up one of the biggest minorities in Syria, 10%. So 10% of Syrians are Christian. Alawites is much smaller. So Alawites are Muslim, but they're much smaller and in terms of numbers. But that's the thing with Syria. Syria has so many different groups. You have Palestinians, Armenians, Druze, Jews, Christians, Sunni, Shia, Alawi, Bedouin. You know, it just goes on and on. The Syriac, Assyrian, Kurdish. There's so many ethnic groups. It's a real melting pot. It's a real patchwork, and that's why it makes me very angry because Syria had this like really great harmony and not tolerance. No one's tolerating the other. It's coexistence. I like that word much more, and that's really, really what it is. You know, no one cares what religion you are. No one cares. Whether you're Armenian or you're Syrian or you're whatever or you're Palestinian, you're just Syrian. And that's something I lived and I saw with my own eyes, and I will never forget. And that is Syria for me. And no one can tell me otherwise. And so when I see things like this, like these photos that I just showed you, this horrific discrimination, this barbaric, it makes me furious. It makes me fucking angry. Really. This makes me want to, I'm going to lose it. And I'm not even Muslim. So this makes me furious, really. Because they didn't just destroy the country with the infrastructure, killing people, sanctions. They're destroying the fabric, the social fabric that we have, which is very rare, because in the West they claim that they have diversity and they want to treat black people and Muslims and minorities equally, but they don't. They don't really. When I compare that to how it is in Syria, it's completely different. In Syria, it's the real deal. And that's obvious, because actually these religions and groups, these ethnic groups, where do they come from? They come from that region, right? They come from the Levant, Muslims, Jews, Christians. They started there. That's the birthplace and of course the cradle of civilization, which makes me all the more angry when you see things like Palmyra destroyed. Palmyra is an ancient city, one of the oldest in the world. And ISIS destroyed the gate. They blew up this gate. Which I visited, when I was young. This is the arch, the famous arch. They blew this up. Unbelievable. I mean, even the Nazis didn't do that. The Vichy French, who were collaborating with the Nazis, didn't do that. The Romans didn't do that. The Ottomans didn't do that. Not one occupier did this kind of savagery, this barbarism. Of course, they stole a lot of things, but destroying on purpose, I mean, it happens, of course. It happens, but it is rare, and it makes me so angry because it doesn't exist anymore. And then you know what they did in London? Look what they did in London. They created a replica in the middle of Trafalgar Square. They unveiled this like replica of it. I mean, look at that. They unveiled a replica. Fuck your replica. Fuck you and fuck your replica. Why were we supporting these terrorists who blew up the real one? What, again, with these useless neoliberal gestures. Screw your replica. Stuff it up your ass. Why did you help destroy the original? This makes me so fucking angry. And then it's not just that. There's also a Roman amphitheater in Palmyra, which was, again, built by the Romans. And, I mean, just to show you the difference. Just to show you the difference of what this war did and what kind of change it brought to Syria. So before you had cultural events, you have people dancing, doing ballet in the Roman amphitheater in Syria, in Palmyra. And then ISIS captures it and they use it to execute people there. This is how Syria was before in the top under Bashar al-Assad. And then on the bottom, this is the NATO-backed so-called rebels and liberation and democracy. Screw you and go stuff it up your ass. If that's your democracy, we don't want it. Unbelievable. And they come up with 1 trillion excuses. Oh, but no, we were never supported these guys, and they just, we were supporting moderates. Shut your goddamn mouth. You supported removing Bashar al-Assad. You supported rebels. You armed them to the teeth. You gave them money, training, everything, and you set them on the loose, and this is the result. Own it, because you did it. You, the West, you, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Israel, Qatar, all of these countries, they did this. It's not just the West, it's their allies in the region as well. They destroyed so many things. The Umayyad Mosque in Aleppo, which I never got to visit. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Look what they did. Look what they did. Look at the before and after. Do you see that? They destroyed it. They destroyed it. So this is the destruction that they bring. And there's also the market in Aleppo, which is I think it was a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I think it's the oldest souk, as we say in Arabic, a market or a bazaar rather, in the world, and it burnt down. And it was part of the Silk Road, the original Silk Road. You know, the one that China's doing now, the new Silk Road. They're reviving the ancient Silk Road, the ancient trade routes which used to go through Syria and Palmyra. Remember, I just showed you Palmyra? Palmyra was on the Silk Road. So that's why I'm happy when I see Syria joining the new Silk Road with China, because that's how it used to be. People used to come from China and pass through Palmyra. That's it. How it was, exactly how it was. So I love seeing that. But this is very sad that what happened to the bazaar here, to Aleppo's bazaar, which I never got to visit, unfortunately. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's quite devastating, you know? That's before in the top, and then this is at the bottom. This again, these are just a few examples. Like what I'm showing you, this is a drop in the water. A drop in the water. And then they give you this cheap crap over here that no one cares about. Some replica in the middle of a European city. Screw you. So, you know, this is again, obviously, like at the end of the day, these are just a bunch of bricks. They're a bunch of stones. But they have value, not just for Syria, I think for the human race, because this is ancient history. And for me, this is a crime against humanity to destroy these things. This is a crime against humanity. And one more thing I wanted to add with Palmyra, as I was just showing you, Palmyra has a museum, and I've been there. And the terrorists, you know what they did? They took the director of the museum and they tortured him to get him to reveal where he had hidden some of the most precious artifacts, because they either smashed them. They even posted this on the internet. They filmed themselves smashing the museum. I mean, it makes me so angry. I don't even want to play it. And then the most precious things, he hid them from them, right? He's an archaeologist. He's the director of the museum, and they killed him. They tortured him and then killed him. And it's only last year they found his body, the director. I mean, you know why they wanted the precious pieces? Because they want to sell them. A lot of this stuff goes on the black market. You know, it makes tons of money because it has that value. So ISIS was either taking the oil and selling the oil to Turkey and others, or they were taking precious artifacts. And not just them, a lot of people, they loot. It's looting. And they would do that. It's really horrible. Here, this article from The Guardian. Beheaded Syrian scholar refused to lead ISIS to hidden Palmyra antiquities. Khaled al-Assad. Or is it Assad or al-Assad? I don't know, because they've Romanized it. I can't. But he was 82, and they interrogated him for a month before they murdered him. That's him. That's a real hero. And speaking of heroes, there's a Russian soldier, actually, who... let me show you. It's because it's in Palmyra as well, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah. So, Alexander Prokorenko. Okay? Let me show you how he died in Syria. So, he was killed during the Palmyra offensive of the Syrian civil war. During his last moments, he was surrounded on all sides by ISIS fighters, and he decided to order an airstrike at his own position, killing himself and all of the approaching terrorists. And he was declared a hero of the Russian Federation by Putin, which is Russia's highest honor. This guy is a hero. He's not just a Russian hero, he's a Syrian hero. And he's a hero for humanity because, again, Palmyra is an ancient city, and he helped to protect it, and he deserves a lot of respect. He's most certainly a hero. And again, like I said, not just for Russia, but all of humanity. So, you know, there's a lot of things. Again, I guess this video is already a bit long now, but, you know, so's the war and the topic. And I just want to talk and say everything that comes to mind. Again, you know, even for me, I'm actually stunned sometimes. I'm always discovering new things about Syria that I didn't know. For example, one thing I didn't know about were the dead cities. There's something called the dead cities in Syria. These are old they're a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And these are located between Aleppo and Idlib, and there are about 40 villages that were built during the Byzantine or Byzantine period, right? So they were abandoned between the 8th and the 10th century. And I mean, these are like old archaeological ruins. I've never heard of these. And it's just astonishing how much history there is in Syria, you know? So I haven't visited these, but of course these are, again, where are they? They're in Idlib, where you have the terrorist stronghold right now, basically, up here. Here's Idlib. So they're between Aleppo and Idlib, somewhere around here. I didn't know that until a few months ago. I was always, again, I'm always surprised learning these things. And, you know, of course, there's many other things that were destroyed. The Crac des Chevaliers, which is the best preserved Let me say this again. It's a castle from the Middle Ages and from medieval times, and it's the best preserved castle in the world. And it's in Syria. And they hit that too. It got destroyed. I don't know who did it, but it suffered damages, and they were rebuilding it. And there's of course the town of Ma'lula. So Ma'lula is this city. It's a town. It's not a city. It's very tiny. It's about 1 hour from Damascus, and it's they speak Aramaic. So for those of you who don't know, the language that Jesus spoke, you know, at his time was Aramaic. It's a dead language. It's like Latin. No one speaks it anymore. But in this city, this town, they do. In Ma'lula, they do speak it. Even though actually most of the inhabitants are Muslim. But it has a covenant there. Here is the church of Ma'lula. It's in the mountains, basically, you know. And here's I've been here 1,000,000 times. This is the covenant of Saint Tekla. Again, 1,000,000 times I've been here with my cousins. I love it. There's also nearby, there's a monastery of Mar Serkis. And this monastery is one of the oldest monasteries, Christian monasteries in the world. So again, I was telling you about this the other day because you have these ignorant people who say like, oh, these Syrians, or, you know, the Ukrainians are Christian and they're civilized, unlike those Syrians. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, Christianity comes from Syria. It doesn't come from Ukraine or New York or wherever else. So that's why I get so annoyed, because they say these ignorant things. And again, as if someone's religion matters. I don't care what religion you are. If you're a refugee, you're a refugee. Well, you know, that shouldn't affect your right to seek asylum. But even if you entertain their stupid discriminatory logic, it doesn't even make sense then. That's my point. In any case, just going back to Syria, you know, it's... and actually, that is a point, because the way that Syrian refugees were treated, yes, actually, countries like Germany, they did take them in. They were very welcoming. But many countries in Eastern Europe, like Hungary, you know, they treated refugees from Syria and Afghanistan like crap. And then all of a sudden they have open arms for Ukrainians. Great. I'm happy you're welcoming Ukrainians with open arms. Why not welcome everyone with open arms and give everyone an equal chance to seek asylum, you know? In any case, Ma'lula, the reason I brought up Ma'lula was because in 2013, it was attacked by these terrorists. They kidnapped the nuns. Again, I sat down with when I was younger, with these nuns, me and my mother and my aunt and my cousins, and they, you know, we had coffee with them in Ma'lula, in the town, and they're very nice. I don't remember their names or something, but you know, it's scary to think that they were kidnapped and they were held hostage by these terrorists for many, many, many months. And you know, when they captured this was really big news, because they came in and smashed everything. You know, these terrorists, they would come in and they smashed, you know, the crosses and everything Christian. And that's the thing, because they treat anyone who doesn't abide by their takfiri logic as inferior, even other Muslims, right? So if you're a Muslim but you don't follow their kind of their brand of Islam, this extremism, this Wahhabism exported by Saudi Arabia, and they kill you. So, you know, a Christian or anyone who doesn't adhere, who doesn't follow, they kill them. So it wasn't just against Christians, you understand? And this was not an issue before. There was never a persecution of Christians in Syria. This is absurd. Everything was completely fine. I'm telling you that. And they came in here and they took the town. They took Ma'lula. And the Syrian army tried very hard to liberate it, and they did. Actually, Hezbollah liberated it, which just gives you an idea again, because this is a Christian town. And you know, the Israelis and the West say, "Oh yeah, Hezbollah, they're just terrorists. They're religious extremists." Complete nonsense. Why are they liberating a Christian town then? You know, their narrative just falls apart when you add the truth. When you just give a little bit of truth, it just completely crumbles because it's complete nonsense. And of course, the same can be said about Soleimani, General Soleimani, who was killed by Trump. That guy, they say, oh yeah, he was just defending Shias because, you know, Iran is predominantly Shia Muslim. And so they say that Iran was only in Syria because of religious... That's complete nonsense. That complete, utter nonsense. And I can just show you here how, because, you know, by fighting in Syria and defeating these terrorists, they saved Christians. Not just other Muslims, but Christians as well. And that's why when Soleimani was killed by Trump, you had in Syria... Let me show you this. You had people in Syria in church holding mass for Soleimani. That's how much he's loved. Muslim and Christian alike. So again, Trump is going to tell you he's a terrorist, but that's Trump. And that's Pompeo speaking. That's the West speaking. That's not the truth. Look at this. This is, I think Hadi posted this a while back, right? So look at this. This is in a church. This is a priest in Syria. Look what he's saying. Again, I'll zoom in so you can see the subtitles a bit. There's a particular line that he says here. He said, all what Qasem Soleimani and who's with him ever did was stand up against ISIS. That's the truth, man. They don't want you to know that because... See? He said, who are the victims of ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Jabhat al-Nusra? Aren't they Christians? Aren't they the social diversity in this country? So the reason in the West they say Soleimani was a terrorist is because he foiled their plans to regime change in Syria. So what Soleimani was doing was fighting ISIS, fighting Al-Qaeda, along with the Russians, along with Hezbollah. And that's why they call Iran a state sponsor of terrorism. They are actually the terrorists. Trump and Obama, who are funding ISIS, who are enabling ISIS and Al-Qaeda to kill Muslims, to kill Christians, to kill everyone. And when you stop them, they call you a terrorist. It's always projection. And so you hear that from me, a Syrian Christian. You hear that from this priest, another Syrian Christian. Go hear it from others, and you will. That Soleimani protected minorities. He saved them from these terrorists, and not just minorities, but everyone, the country, the fabric of the nation. So I think this is really important context. Maybe some of you already heard me say this stuff, but a lot of you are new. And this is really important context because you never hear this. And you know what really made me angry? Mike Pompeo. Again, you guys remember Mike Pompeo. He was the Secretary of State just before Blinken under Trump. This is outrageous. He went on camera. I'm going to show you this right now. And he said some of the most disgusting, one of the most disgusting lies I've ever heard come out of his mouth, which is really something, given that this guy used to head the CIA and was Secretary of State. So he tells a lot of lies. Remember, he says, we lied, we cheated, we stole. That's a direct quote. But look at what he said here. This is after they assassinated Soleimani. This is outrageous. Look at this.
President approved a strike that killed the Iranian terrorist Qasem Soleimani. This is the man most responsible in the Middle East. When Iran threatened, the president approved a strike that killed the Iranian terrorist Qasem Soleimani. This is the man most responsible for the murder and maiming of hundreds of American soldiers and thousands of Christians across the Middle East.
What? What? He murdered and maimed thousands of Christians across the Middle East? What complete bullshit. I've never heard of one Christian being murdered or maimed by Soleimani. What complete diarrhea. This guy, Pompeo, and Trump, they're trying to appeal to these evangelical fucking nut jobs in the United States who have nothing to do with Christianity. I don't know what the hell they're practicing. There's nothing to do with the Christianity we practice in Syria and Palestine. You know, the real thing that comes from there, that comes from our place. And so he thinks by making up this outrageous lie that, oh yeah, you know, Soleimani was killing Christians, that he's going to like play on the heartstrings of Christians in America who are listening to that. He's going to justify a murder, an extrajudicial assassination by saying, by making up that the target, the victim, was killing Christians. I mean, this makes me so fucking angry because it's the complete opposite. It's not just a lie, it's the opposite. You, Mike Pompeo, former head of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, your agency was killing Christians. Soleimani was saving Christians, you fucking liar. This makes me so angry because it's again, it's not just a lie, it's the complete opposite of the truth. 180 degrees. It's so low. So low. I've never heard that. Not even the people who hate Soleimani say these sorts of things, except Pompeo. Never heard such a lie. It's so outrageous. God. And again, I'm telling you all this because it shows you how different the narrative is in the Western press about everything. About Russia, what Russia's doing in Syria, about what Iran is doing in Syria, what happened to minorities in Syria, what was the goal in Syria, who did the West use in Syria and their allies in the region, Saudi Arabia. They never tell you any of this. What kind of destruction took place in Syria, right? What happened to civilians? What's happening with sanctions? The refugees, the historical sites, the ancient cities, the UNESCO World Heritage Sites destroyed. They never tell you this, ever. All they say, oh, Bashar al-Assad, the regime, bad. That all they have, whether they're talking about North Korea or Russia or Iran or Syria, it's the same fucking script every single time. All they say is, oh, regime, very bad, human rights. These buzzwords over and over, just programming people like sheep. It drives me nuts. It really drives me nuts. I mean, again, just to give you context with Ma'lula, these nuns were kidnapped by Western-backed terrorists, and Hezbollah had to liberate this city. Never forget that, right? Just another truth that they don't want you to know. And another thing I would say is that this is, again, it's not even about minorities because most Syrians are Muslims. And it's the same thing in Libya and Afghanistan. Like, who gets hurt the most? It's the civilians, and the majority of these civilians are Muslim. So, you know, they support these groups like Al-Qaeda and Jabhat al-Nusra and all of these different flavors. And who is the number one victim? Who are the number one victims of these terrorist groups? They are Muslims. They're other Muslims. And they also, they by enabling these groups to exist like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they dirty the name of Islam. They make people fear Muslims. They make people think that Islam is violent. These are nut jobs. They are religious extremists, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They're no different from the Crusaders, who are also nut job religious extremists, who are actually, they're not really religious. I think that's the wrong word, because they're pursuing political goals and hiding behind religion. They use the religion as a cover, as a story, right? The Crusaders did the same thing. They came to Jerusalem. What did they do when they got to Jerusalem? They killed the Christians. They killed everyone. They massacred Jerusalem, and they didn't care that they were killing Christians, right? They say they came to liberate the Holy Land. Oh no, they massacred everyone, Jews, Muslims, and Christians, right? And then ISIS, Al-Qaeda, they kill other Muslims. And you know, Israel is another form of so-called religious extremism. It's a political ideology hiding behind religion. So for me, these are all the same thing. You know, the Crusaders, ISIS, Israel, Zionism. These are the same thing, and they're actually ironically happening in the same area, right? You have people with political goals using religion as a cover. But in any case, I digress. I just wanted to kind of just talk a bit about Syria and many things that I have in mind. And, you know, it's, it makes me very sad. I don't know. My cousins told me not to go back. They said it's so bad and different. And they, you know, they said it's like, you know, when you have good memories of a place, they told me don't go back because they'll be ruined. But the thing is, I feel like I have to. Obviously, I want to, of course, but I haven't been able to because of the war. But very soon, I think I'm going to. I told you guys a little bit about this. I think I'm gonna make a film, and I'm gonna do that with my cousin. We spoke about this with Roni, and we have to do this. I don't want to, in some ways, but we have to tell the story, other people's stories, like you won't hear, because we can't let them control the narrative. We can't let them write the historical record. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not tolerating that. If I can do something about it, I'm going to do it. And I think this is one of the things we can do. So again, that's something that would be funded by you guys, because I told you that, you know, I have other possibilities. I could ask others to fund it, but I think it's better to do it independently. Not because I'm afraid of not having like editorial control. I would have that either way. Otherwise, I would never do anything. So of course, I would do this my way, regardless of who's paying for it. But I think just so, you know, because when you make a film like this, they're going to attack it. They're going to try and attack you in every way possible. So the best thing to do is to have it completely independently funded by you guys, crowdfunded, crowdsourced. And I think you guys would agree with me. You showed a lot of support for the idea. But this is, again, it's for the future. So that's all I'm going to say for now. And of course, if we decide to go ahead, if we can go ahead, I will let you guys know, of course, inshallah. So, yeah. They failed they failed with the regime change, so that's why they're making Syria suffer now. That's why. They're choking the people. They're punishing them. And you see, again, there's no difference with Biden and Trump. Same thing. I told you this. I told you this is going to happen. This is to be expected. Of course, no surprise. No surprise whatsoever. You know. Thank you, rather not. Thank you, John. You guys were saying in the comment, inshallah, Richard. Thank you. I appreciate it. Inshallah, I really, it means God willing. I hope we can make it happen. So I thought I'd show you something over here. This is, again, quite preposterous. Do you guys mind if I get something to drink? I just need a very short bathroom break, just 1 minute. Go get something to drink as well. We'll be back in 1 minute. So don't go anywhere, because we still got some things to cover. And we'll be right back in a second. And yeah. Sorry, that stuff is really upsetting. And I need to drink something. So we'll be right back. I'll just leave on this video, this screen here. Yep.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs, that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
All right, guys, we're back. So, again, before I continue, I'm gonna annoy you with this one more time. There's Telegram, Substack, Rumble, Odyssey. All of these things are so we have an alternative to YouTube, because YouTube and Twitter and social media, they're censoring people, so we have to be safe. I don't want to nag you about this, but I do think it's important, so please subscribe on those platforms if you can. All right, let's continue. Just a second. Actually, we got a bunch of people who signed up on Patreon, so I want to thank them first. We got Jorge, and we got Sammy, and we got Claudex. Thank you guys very much for supporting my work. Here's a crab dance, and then we'll continue.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
And Tulsi Gabbard is being accused of spreading Russian false flag propaganda.
That was amazing.
Here's what they've both been saying.
Again, thank you guys very much. Let's move on to the next segment. All right, let's keep going. I wanted to show you this clip from The View. Again, forgive me for subjecting you to this, but let's watch and then we'll discuss. All right.
Back as our guest co-host is CNN political commentator and former White House communications director, Alyssa Farah Griffin. Hello. So, Fox News' host, Tucker Carlson, is apparently a big hit in Russia right now. Yeah. The website Mother Jones posted a leaked Kremlin war memo instructing Russian state media to play Tucker Carlson clips as much as possible. And Tulsi Gabbard is being accused of spreading Russian false flag propaganda. Here's what they've both been saying about the war. Take a look.
Democrats in Washington have told you you have a patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin.
It's not a suggestion, it's a mandate. Anything less than hatred for Putin is treason.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie? If you don't hate Putin, you're a Kremlin asset. That's how it goes. Yeah. Where's the lie?
Hating Putin has become the central purpose of America's foreign policy. Secret biolabs? Like the secret biolabs Ukraine definitely doesn't have? Ukraine has those? Yes, it does.
There are 25 to 30 U.S.-funded biolabs in Ukraine. According to the U.S. government, these biolabs are conducting research on dangerous pathogens. Now, like COVID, these pathogens know no borders. If they are inadvertently or purposely breached or compromised, they will quickly spread all throughout Europe, the United States, and the rest of the world, causing untold suffering and death.
So Mitt Romney claims Gabbard is pushing treasonous lies that could cost lives. So I'm just going to open it up to the table. What the hell's going on?
So I think Mitt Romney is absolutely right.
Well, we just played you 2 minutes of propaganda. So what do these idiots think about all this? Group of dunces. Let's go. Let's see what they have to say.
By the way, so what this is the Russians are spreading propaganda to try to create a pretext for potentially using chemical weapons against the Ukrainians.
Right.
So what they're parroting, what Tucker Carlson parrots every night on Fox News, what Tulsi Gabbard is spreading, is actually helping Putin get away with criminal acts against innocent Ukrainian civilians. It's horrifying. And what's so hard for me to understand, we've all been watching in horror as these people are being killed, mothers in maternity wings. Can you imagine taking the position of like, Putin, not so bad of a guy? It's just bizarre. It's un-American.
How do you suppose he gets away with that?
It's not American. You're a traitor. You're unpatriotic. Huh? It's unpatriotic. Again, what does that have to do with the biolabs? Like, I don't understand. Like, yes, the seeing civilians being killed in any war is obviously terrible. But why is it Russian propaganda to talk about the biolabs? Look at Tucker Carlson when he mentions it. There's literally a frame of Victoria Nuland right there. Like, she just admitted to it. Why? How is this a conspiracy? She just admitted to it. What the hell? Is she working for the Kremlin? Like, did I miss the part where they accused Victoria Nuland of working for the Kremlin? Because if that's what you mean, oh boy. But I can't see anything else. Man, goodness.
Need to understand. We've all been watching in horror as these people are being killed, mothers in maternity.
Yeah, they say that to pull on your heartstrings, but again, that doesn't really address anything you've said.
Maternity wings. Can you imagine taking the position of like, Putin, not so bad of a guy? It's just bizarre. It's un-American.
How do you suppose he gets away with that? I mean,
it's the most watched man in cable news. It's actually really scary.
I think
Why is this guy attracting so many viewers with all of his, talking sense here? We can't have that. Watch our shitty show, please. Our ratings are fucking in the gutter.
He gets away with it. Tucker. If there's a
Tucker and Laura Ingraham and Tulsi Gabbard, all of them.
Listen, the Fox board of directors should really step in. If they call themselves patriots and they, it's not enough to be posting flags about Ukraine. There's a bunch of folks on that board of directors list, like my friend Paul Ryan, who I wish would be weighing in and saying we cannot be Russian state TV. Yeah. At least not every hour.
But what's I guess for me, the question is, what is in it for someone like Tucker Carlson, right? I
mean,
is it money? Who's paying him that money?
Yeah.
I'm not making any allegations, but it doesn't make sense that he would do this kind of thing. I mean, he also says that the United States helped encourage the Russian invasion. He said the United States engineered a...
Man, that's really incredible. It's like, why is this guy using his critical thinking skills? Is someone paying him? Surely he can't be questioning the U.S. government without receiving a paycheck from overseas. That's impossible. Somebody must be paying him.
Coup in Ukraine in the name of democracy. He, as we just mentioned, confirmed these Russian claims about bioweapons. And he's characterizing this situation as a border dispute.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt again. How the fuck is Tucker Carlson the most watched person on cable news, but he's also taking money from the Russians? If he's the most watched person on cable news, he should be swimming in money. Why would he be taking money from the Russians? Make your fucking minds up, you imbeciles. Which one is it? Which one is it?
And he's characterizing this situation as a border dispute. right? And so what is in it for him? I know that he's visited Moscow and other places, and you can tell me in my ear if I'm wrong about that, but I just don't understand.
Oh my God, he visited Moscow, you know, one of like most important cities in the world. How dare he? Oh, he was pulled aside at a KFC in Moscow and they bribed him, and that's when he was compromised. He was in Russia. Oh yeah, that's it. That's all it takes, man. He set foot in Russia. He's a Russian asset. He was in Moscow. Like, how fucking ignorant are you that you've like never stepped outside of your own town, that you think visiting another country makes you treasonous? These people are fucking insane. I mean, they should show this in history books about how wild McCarthyism is. Actually, I'm showing it right now. So future generations, hopefully current generations, can see this madness. Can you imagine the inverse? Can you imagine if someone said, like, you know, this guy's working for the Americans. He visited New York once. You sound like a lunatic, because that's what you are.
Understand what the impetus is.
I hope he's planning to move to Moscow because he's not going to be welcome here for much longer.
I think.
Do his viewers like it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't
think his ratings
support.
have dropped at all. And look, but I think that's an incredibly relevant question. Yeah. And I think DOJ.
Jesus. Oh my God. Do you hear what they just said? He should move to Moscow. Like, they want to kick him out of the country. You guys think that they're just joking? During the Red Scare. So, again, there were 2 Red Scares in the United States. This is before, so I think just after the First World War, and then also again after the Second World War. You had people who were deported from the United States because of the Red Scare. You know? So look, I can just pull up, this is very simple over here. So Look under the section deportations, right? Under the first Red Scare. They deported a bunch of people from the United States, right? Reported by the New York Times, some communists agreed to be deported while others were put into a concentration camp. This is serious. Like, there is precedent for this. They've done this before. So, I mean, honestly, like, when they say this stuff, you shouldn't take it lightly, because they have done this in the past. It's absolutely unbelievable.
In the same way that it is setting up a task force to investigate oligarchs, should look into people who are Russian.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think
the ratings have dropped at all. And look, but I think that's an incredibly relevant question. Yeah. And I think DOJ, in the same way that it is setting up a task force to investigate oligarchs, should look into people who are Russian propagandists and shilling for Putin. That's being, if you are a foreign asset to a dictator, it should be investigated. In fact, I remember when Tulsi Gabbard, and I...
That's great. I agree. So when are you going to look into everyone who's selling weapons to the Saudis? Or again, you're fine with those dictators, right? You're fine with that royal family. That's okay with you, right? Killing people in Yemen, supplying them with weapons, taking their money. That's okay. Those dictators are okay. I see how it is. I see how it works now. Yeah, I get it. Wow. This is great. I'm going to play that again for you, just so you can see how utterly absurd this is.
I don't think the ratings have dropped at all. And look, but I think that's an incredibly relevant question. Yeah. And I think DOJ, in the same way that it is setting up a task force to investigate oligarchs, should look into people who are Russian propagandists and shilling for Putin. That's being, if you are a foreign asset.
Wow. So she's basically saying that people who are, again, with these abstract terms, shilling for Putin. What does that mean? Does that include people who think he's, physically attractive and he has lovely hair, and they go online and talk about his physical appearance all day? What does that mean exactly, right? What exactly does that include, shilling for Putin? Someone who says they like Moscow? They like the Kremlin, the architecture of the Kremlin building? Like, where does this end? Where does this begin and where does this end? What does that mean? I thought you have free speech in the United States. No? You keep bombing other countries and telling us how democratic you are, and how this gives you the right to bomb others in the name of democracy, because you have so much free speech. You have to give it to others, by carpet bombing them. No? Guess you don't have free speech. Okay, I see. Anyone who says anything remotely positive about Vladimir Putin, he should be investigated by the Department of Justice. I mean, listen to these people. These people are fucking on television. They're on television saying that anyone who says anything positive about Russia should be investigated by the Department of Justice. If that doesn't scream authoritarianism to you and McCarthyism, I don't know what does. Like, can you imagine someone in Russia saying, yeah, well, anyone who shows favorable sentiments towards the United States should be investigated. They will be screaming about, oh, it's a police state, it's a dictatorship, they're authoritarian, they don't allow any kind of free speech, they're cracking down on anyone who's in support of the West, but it's okay for them to do it, right? Again, it's I want to go fucking, man, I'm losing it. I hate this so much. I get so sick and bored of repeating the same shit, but every single day they come up with something new within the same framework, right? They come up with new ways to say the same thing, which is that everybody else that doesn't agree with us should be tried, deported, they should go live in Moscow, as they were saying. They should be investigated. They should have their television show taken away. These are authoritarians. These liberals, these so-called neoliberals are authoritarians. That's who they are. They're telling you right there. They're telling you this.
Oligarchs should look into people who are Russian propagandists and shilling for Putin. That's being, if you are a foreign asset to a dictator, it should be investigated. In fact, I remember when Tulsi Gabbard, and I even hate that we're discussing it because I think to myself, who is this woman? She's she's no longer in Congress. She's a failed presidential candidate. Yeah. She only practically exists on Twitter. And the fact that we're giving her oxygen is what makes her relevant. That we're
Again, man, I really don't care much for Tulsi Gabbard, but that's just ridiculous. Like, you say she's nobody, you want to talk about her? Which one is it? Come on. Do you know what's incredible here? Because you know what's going to come next. They're going to say she's a traitor, even though she's listen, I want to show you something, man, because people don't understand this. Tulsi Gabbard, look at the committees that she was on in Congress. Okay, can I show you this? Look at the committees. So, Energy and Commerce. No, hold on. I'm confusing something here. Excuse me. Let me go over here just to show you, because she was in the army, right? She is in the army, actually. So she was on the Committee on Homeland Security, the Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Financial Services Committee. That means that this woman has been vetted more times than you can count. She was a congresswoman, and not just a congresswoman, she was in the Committee on Homeland Security, on Armed Services Committee. And you're telling me that she's a traitor? And she's in the military. She's a lieutenant colonel. Tulsi Gabbard must be some goddamn superwoman spy that she is in Congress, in the military, on the Armed Services Committee, and you never caught her. You couldn't find a shred of evidence that she's working for the Russians. Wow. Wow, she's better than James Bond. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You did all these background checks, and she's been in government all this time, and you couldn't find one shred of evidence? 'Cause I ain't heard it. Wow, what a superwoman. Unbelievable. This is real praise. They must love Tulsi Gabbard that they're praising her like this, right?
talking about her on Hot Topics. But on the other hand, how do you not call out something that is repeating false Russian propaganda and that has been brought down?
They used to arrest people for doing stuff like this. If they
Oh my God. Back in my day, we used to lock you fuckers up in jail, man. Round up the communists. Let's go. Well done, Whoopi. Wow, you just find new levels to stoop to, don't you? You're a gem. You're a real gem.
They thought you were colluding with a Russian agent, if they thought you were putting out information or taking information and handing over to Russia. They used to actually investigate stuff like this, and I guess now, you know, there seems to be no bars, and people are not being told to hate Putin. Putin doesn't need a reason to be hated. It's pretty much clear.
He started a war.
He started an unnecessary war.
But this is kind
that
of like,
nobody wanted.
isn't this contributing to the death and destruction of the country and this?
Look, man, No one's telling you to hate the guy, but if you don't, we're going to lock you up. We're going to deport you. We're going to investigate you. We're going to take down your TV show. But no one's telling you to hate him. Come on. We're not forcing you or coercing you with legal threats and investigations and, chastising you. Who would do that? We'd never do that.
Isn't this contributing to the death and destruction of the country and the civilians there?
Well, this is why I say, how can they pat themselves on the back and say, good job?
Well,
when you know he just blew up a hospital with children. Well, Fox viewers know it. They see it.
Fox viewers do know it. My concern also is, do the Russian people don't know it?
No.
I know this weekend, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Instagram was taken down in Russia. They really are. They almost have a digital curtain now over all information coming out of Russia. And I think...
What? Do you see the racism? Like, man, people in the U.S. know it, but those Russians, they're idiots. They don't know anything. They don't know what their government's doing. They're morons. And, Instagram is now blocked in Russia, and so they don't get access to information. Like, the only way that Russians know what's happening is through Instagram, an American company, which, by the way, remind me, please, why Instagram was banned in Russia. Surely Russia didn't ban Instagram after Instagram said something crazy like you can call to kill Russians. You can go on Instagram and say death to Russians. That wouldn't be true, would it? That would be outrageous, right? Tell me that didn't happen, you fucking liars. They're terrible, man.
They almost have a digital curtain now over all information coming out.
Yeah, tell us why. Why do they have the digital curtain? What happened? Tell us why.
Out of Russia. And I think a lot of Russians, they've been reporting, they believe that this war is some sort of great mission.
They think it's a peacekeeping mission because that's what's being reported on
Except
TV.
for
Yeah, and you think that you bombed Afghanistan for your fucking freedom. I mean, there's nothing more pathetic and cringy than Americans say, yeah, we had to go to Iraq to fight for our freedom. Really? Your freedom's in Iraq? Your freedom's in Baghdad and Fallujah and Basra? Your freedom's in Kabul? You are the most propagandized nation on earth. And again, when I say you, I'm talking about the U.S. government and these shithead liberals and these elites and neoconservatives, the little 1% at the top who are making money and propagandizing people and abusing their own citizens, right? And that's why you have people in the U.S. who are misinformed, because they constantly propagandize them like this. They don't tell you that this is state media. It's state media because you could have replaced Blinken and you could have put Biden in their place and they would say the same goddamn thing. And we know that this is true of the Iraq war, the Afghanistan, the invasion of Afghanistan, the war on terror. They've been telling us for 20 years that they have to do all of this killing and bombing and murdering of civilians because it's for freedom, because they're fighting terrorism. You know, it's to bring democracy. Wow. You're really something, man. You're really something. And again, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. And this is true in the UK, by the way. People in the UK are just as propagandized. And in Europe as well. They're just as propagandized because the media, they say the same thing, just in a different accent or a different language. It's the same content. No different. You want to talk about what the population thinks. You're really funny. You are really a clown. Wow.
They think it's a peacekeeping mission because that's what's being reported on TV.
Except for the people who are out protesting.
But in the same way, that it almost seems impossible to believe. And then you realize there's people in America who think January 6th was, some sort of patriotic act. So misinformation works.
It does. But
okay, again, guys, I apologize for abusing you and subjecting you to this torture. But you have to see what's going on because a lot of people watch this show, regrettably, and they are influenced by this nonsense. And the difference is I'm not calling for them to be investigated and rounded up in camps. This is so ironic. They talk about how, in Russia, there's no freedom of information and the state is it's a totalitarian state. Putin is an autocrat. But here, they're casually saying or suggesting that, we should investigate people and round them up and jail them and have the Department of Justice investigate them like in the good old days, in the first Red Scare. We should do that. Like, that's not authoritarian. Are you serious? You know what? I want to show you something from Glenn. He posted about this woman. Anna Navarro, who is saying that people should be investigated for shilling for Putin. Okay, so let's take a look. Who is Anna Navarro? So Glenn writes, Anna Navarro got her start pressuring the U.S. Congress to fund Contra death squads in Nicaragua. Her father was a member. And under Trump, again, do you guys know what the Contra death squads are? So without going into too much detail, just very briefly, during the Cold War, the Americans were selling weapons to Iran to finance their right-wing death squads, as the name implies, in Latin America, in Nicaragua, and in Latin and Central America, and so primarily Nicaragua. This is how they would do it. Another way they did it is with crack. So the CIA would go and sell arms, or they would go sell crack, cocaine. They were making money from the drug trade to finance these illicit programs, these hidden programs, these covert operations. And so Anna Navarro is the same kind of a person that you see in Syria. You have some people who are outside Syria, they're exiles, and they hate the Syrian government, right? They hate the Syrian government so bad that they go and lobby people in Washington to put deadly sanctions on Syria, which again don't hurt the Syrian government, they hurt the Syrian people. And you have the same thing with people from Venezuela. You have exiles who support Juan Guaido and also support sanctions on the Venezuelan people. Cuba, you also have exiles in Miami who hate the Castro so much, they hate the Cuban government so much that they support sanctions on Cuba. They love their country so much that they want to starve the people there to death. That's their idea of bringing them democracy. And so Anna Navarro is again one of these types, right? Who thinks that funding death squads in her country of origin is bringing them democracy or something. Again, because again, she's Nicaraguan American. Let me continue with Glenn's thread over here. So under Trump, Anna Navarro constantly worked against her own government to benefit other countries, and does so now. By her own reasoning, the Department of Justice should investigate her. So here she's posting that it's the law. Foreign Agents Registration Act is a law requiring persons engaged in domestic, political, or advocacy work on behalf of foreign principals to register with the DOJ and disclose their relationship, activities, and related financial compensation. So this is it's true. It is a law. What she's saying, it exists in the U.S. And guess who had to do that? Who had to register as a foreign agent? RT. People who worked at RT. Right? Because that was another way of censoring RT and painting it as, it's like a Kremlin asset, and it's complete nonsense. Again, yes, it's funded by the Kremlin, but the people there have editorial control, as opposed to people in the New York Times, and other Western outlets who are corporate media and parrot the exact same crap that comes from the state. And as a matter of fact, they don't just parrot it, they give it to you on a silver platter and say it's a fact. I've never seen people at RT take what Putin is saying, Lee Camp, for example, Chris Hedges, George Galloway. I mean, these are brilliant people, and many, many, many others. I don't see them taking what Russia's saying and giving it to you as fact. No, even right now during the offensive, RT was saying, RT wasn't saying such and such happened. They said Russia, the Kremlin, Putin, they claim that such and such happened, as you should. Right? They weren't reporting everything that Russia says as fact. They were actually trying to they knew that they're treading on thin ice. In any case, I know I digress. Let's go back to this, but I think it's important to give you this context. And so look at what Anna Navarro says. She says, my dad was a Contra. My dad was a Contra. I'm grateful to RR for his support of freedom. Ronald Reagan, meaning. So she's proud of that her father was, he was a Contra. They were trained by the CIA. They received funding from the CIA. The CIA would train these guerrillas in torture, in execution, you name it. Really, it's again the same thing in Syria with Al-Qaeda, or in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen, or right now with the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. The CIA always gets in bed with right-wing extremists and funds them and trains them and equips them and sends them it sets them loose in their country, in Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, and Nicaragua and Ukraine. That's how they operate. They have a history of doing this. So you shouldn't be shocked at all. But the fact that she's proud that her father was one of them, I mean, this is like saying, my dad was in Al-Qaeda, I'm proud of that. Or my dad was a neo-Nazi, I'm proud of that. How shameful. How shameful. I mean, it's incredible, really. They're unbelievable. And under her own logic, she should register as a foreign agent, right? Of course, that doesn't happen. That won't happen if you're the right kind of foreign agent. That's okay. And Glenn continues, whenever a war starts and huge numbers of the DC political and media class start calling on the government to investigate dissidents and smearing journalists and activists who question U.S. government policy as traitors and foreign agents, it's always a sign things have turned dark. So again, here you have Keith Olbermann saying they are Russian assets and there is a war. There is a case for detaining them militarily. Trials are a sign of good faith and patience on the part of democracy. Really? So let me get this straight. You guys, Ana Navarro and Keith Olbermann and everyone at The View, you guys are angry that Russia is arresting anti-war protesters in public. They've arrested 15,000 people. So that's not okay. But it's okay in the United States to arrest people who are anti-war, or let's say who are against your war effort. How is that different from what the Russians are doing? This is actually worse, because they want to deport people and put them in camps and do all sorts of crazy shit that they were doing in the Red Scare. But regardless, it's the principle, right? It's the principle. So it's wrong for Russia to be arresting anti-war protesters, people who are holding just a white piece of paper. But they don't have a problem with it. Do you see what fucking hypocrites they are? They are such hypocrites. It's right there in broad daylight. Unbelievable. You know, how is that different from the Russians, for example, saying that these anti-war protesters are NATO agents and there is a war? There is a case for detaining them militarily. Trials are a sign of good faith and patience on the part of democracy. How is that any different? It's not different. But of course, when the United States does it, when the United Kingdom does it, when NATO does it, it's okay, because everything they do is in the name of democracy. Killing civilians, arresting protesters, everything is always in the name of democracy and therefore legitimized. But Russia, no. You know, we're not cool with them, even though they do the exact same thing, because they're not doing it in the name of democracy like us. So they're the wrong kind. But Saudi Arabia, which of course is a very vibrant democracy, right? Oh yeah, they get a pass. They get a pass. Funny how there's no Arab Spring there, huh? In any case, I just wanted to show you this garbage, because the other day I was showing you the tweet from Mitt Romney, how he was accusing Tulsi Gabbard of spreading Russian propaganda. And of course, here it is again. You have the liberals, neoconservatives. Again, what's the difference at this point? Embracing this neo-McCarthyist or neo-McCarthyite, dogma, this Red Scare, this Russophobia that you saw in the aftermath of the First World War, and then after the Second World War during the Cold War. So you already had 2 Red Scares in the United States, and I can tell you, by God, this is the third. No question about it. No question about it. No doubt. Not a single doubt in your mind. This is what's going on. And again, I agree with Glenn, because I said the same thing. And I agree with George Galloway. Right now is very similar to what was happening during the Iraq War. You can't diverge from the official narrative or question it too much, because then they'll call you a traitor or, a Saddam apologist or whatever else. It's always like this. There's a mass hysteria phase during every war. Same thing with Syria. You can't question, well, are those moderate rebels really moderate? Oh, you're an Assad apologist, are you? That's the reaction, right? So, did that chemical attack really happen? You're an Assadist! This is the brain-dead sheep liberal mentality, the neocon mentality that we are plagued with in the West. And right now it's on steroids. It's in full throttle. It's even worse. And, they're just openly, Whoopi Goldberg just openly on television calling for people to be arrested. I mean, she implied it, right? She didn't say it directly. She certainly implied it. She says, we used to arrest people like that in this country. God, I apologize for subjecting you to this abuse, making you watch that. But again, it's a very important analysis. It's important to document this, to watch this, to record the hysteria that is taking place right now, because it's important and it has long-lasting effects. You know, a lot of people, I think, in the United States have, and in the West, it's not just the US, in the West, they have a negative association with Russia because of the Cold War, because of the conditioning and programming. You know, teaching people that Russians are, yeah, they're white, but they're not westernized. You know, they're not Westerners. They don't believe in the same thing. They're lesser people. They're different from us. They are a threat. They're always sneaky. They're cunning. They're malfeasant. They're going, you know, behind our backs and doing things in our elections. And this tense atmosphere. Like, where the Russians? What are the Russians doing? You know, this is sick. And what they're doing now is they're destroying this generation and future generations, and again poisoning their brains with this Russophobia, which is completely irrational. It's unfounded, and it's really sick that you're like making one culture hate another culture and pulling people apart. Because again, man, like you and I, we have more in common with a Russian civilian than we do with these liberal oligarchs and shitheads and elites that are sitting on the panel on The View, or you know, the politicians. We got more in common than we do with these elites. That's for sure. That is for sure. And they want to pull people apart. And that's how they always do wars, right? In the end, it's basically, let's send this working class to kill that working class and massacre each other for our benefit, and we'll sit back quietly and profit from the war and do our thing. So this is sick, and it's poisoning people's minds. And it's, you know, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, this is neo-McCarthyist, and it's a Red Scare 3.0. Again, let me see what we're, guys. I haven't even shown you the worst thing yet. The next thing that I'm going to show you is going to leave you so. I'm not even kidding. I'm really not exaggerating. It is fucking outrageous. You are not going to believe what I'm about to show you. This is the worst one. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. It's really something else. I just wanted to, before I show it to you, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so we got 3,700 people on Telegram on my channel. Again, you saw this video that I just played to you, how they want to censor anybody who doesn't agree with them. And they're already doing it on social media, on satellite. There is a Red Scare on right now. And just to be safe, I hope I'm wrong. You know, I hope they don't do anything to the channel and my work, God forbid. Even though I'm an independent journalist, I grew up, you know, I grew my career, and I started it on this YouTube channel, and I'm always going to be on this YouTube channel, inshallah, and on social media. You know, it doesn't matter. It's dangerous. So that's why I kindly ask you to please subscribe on Telegram. It's free, or on Rockfin or Rumble or Odyssey. All of this is free. Or the email, the newsletter. It's good to have a backup. And of course, if you're not subscribed here, subscribe here as well. Again, I know I'm annoying you guys, but I feel like maybe some of you have just tuned in or didn't hear me before, so I really feel it's important to repeat it. And Claudia's putting the links in the chat. She just pasted the Telegram, and she's going to give you the Rockfin and everything else. So let me show you this next video, which is, I mean, man. Excuse me. Just give me a second. I need to drink something, but I don't want to. 1 second. Okay. Again, this thing that I'm about to show you is truly so shocking. I don't even know where to begin, and I'm not exaggerating. I wish I was exaggerating. This is unbelievable. So Dan Cohen posted this. He said, Ukraine 24 presenter goes full Nazi, endorses Adolf Eichmann to call for genocide of Russians. Look at this clip. This is from Ukraine 24, a TV network that's owned by a Ukrainian oligarch, Akhmetov. And this is the presenter or journalist, Farudin Sharafmal. Take a look.
Я знаю, що як журналіст я маю бути об'єктивним, маю бути виваженим для того, щоб повідомляти вам інформацію з холодним серцем, але направду триматися зараз дуже важко, особливо в такий час. І якраз уже нас на Росії називають нацистами, фашистами і так далі. Я дозволю собі зацитувати слова Адольфа Ейхмана, який сказав, що для того, щоб знищити націю, потрібно нищити в першу чергу дітей. Тому що, вбиваючи їхніх батьків, діти виростуть і обов'язково помстяться. Вбиваючи дітей, вони ніколи не виростуть, і нація зникне. Як Збройні сили України не можуть нищити російських дітей, тому що це заборонено правилами війни, і це заборонено різними конвенціями, в тому числі Женевськими. Але я не зі Збройних сил України. І коли мені випаде нагода розправитися з росіянами, я обов'язково це зроблю. Я дотримуюсь, раз ви вже називаєте нацистами, дотримуюсь доктрини Адольфа Ейхмана і зроблю все, що від мене залежить, для того, щоб ні ви, ні ваші діти ніколи не жили на цій землі. Для того, щоб ви відчули, як воно, коли вмирають ні в чому не винні цивільні люди. Для того, щоб ви відчули весь біль і страждання, коли ви говорите, а ми не починали війни. Це все Путін. Ми не хотіли цієї війни. Ми теж її не хотіли. Але тепер ви мусите розуміти, що тут йдеться про перемогу українського народу, а не мир. Нам потрібна перемога. І якщо для цього доведеться вирізати всі ваші сім'ї, я буду одним із перших, хто це зробить. Слава нації! І сподіваємось, що такої нації, як Росія і росіяни, ніколи більше не залишаться на цій землі. Тому що це просто виродки, які засмічують цю землю. І якщо в українців є можливість, що вони зараз в принципі роблять, трощити, різати, вбивати, душити москальноту, я сподіваюся, що кожен внесе свій вклад і замочить хоча б одного москаля.
Wow. I'm stunned, honestly. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Just straight up, you know, like balls to the wall, you know, full Nazi. Quoting Adolf Eichmann. Do you guys know who Adolf Eichmann is? You can probably tell from the quote. He's not a very civilized or fine human being. Quite the contrary. Adolf Eichmann was a senior Nazi official. He is one of the architects of the Holocaust, the Endlösung, which is the final solution. This is when they had the Wannsee Conference in 1942. The Nazis got together, the high-ranking Nazis. Adolf Eichmann is one of them, and they came up with the idea to kill all the Jews within their reach, right? So this was really he's just, as I said, an architect of the Holocaust. And as a result, how many Jews died? We were talking about this just the other day. Poland suffered, one of the worst. Poland suffered more than many. 90% of the Jews in Poland were killed in the Holocaust. 2/3 of the Jews in Europe massacred. You know, I went to school with people who lost their family in the Holocaust. You know, some of my best friends. And this guy is quoting Adolf Eichmann, this piece of garbage over here, this Nazi scumbag who you see he has the death's head, the Totenkopf on his head. I mean, really, under what circumstances does it make sense to quote this person? And you think you're smart calling for genocide on television? I mean, any sort of sympathy that people have with you. And again, we should all have sympathy for the Ukrainian civilians everywhere. They are the real casualties of the war. But like any sympathy that you had for this guy is gone right out the window when he starts saying that they should commit genocide against Russians. How does that make you any better then? You're saying that the Russians are that bad. You want to do something even worse? You're saying that you want to kill their children and wipe Russia off the map? I mean, this is exactly what the Nazis said, right? They saw The Jews, the Slavic people, gypsies, they saw them as subhuman. That's why they killed most of the Russian prisoners of war with death marches. They starved them to death because they viewed them as subhuman. And he sounds exactly like a Nazi. He's literally quoting a Nazi. I mean, this is, my goodness. And you know, Eichmann, he escaped to Latin America, but the Israelis actually captured him, the Mossad, and they brought him to Israel and tried him. And for obviously for his role in the Holocaust, and hanged him, I believe, right? They gave him a death sentence, but that's normal. All the others in Nuremberg, most of them were given a death sentence and hanged, which is Goering, for example, the head of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force. He was not just the head of the Luftwaffe, he was obviously very complicit in the rise of the Nazis, in their racist policies, in the genocide, and a lot of the crimes they did. And he asked for a soldier's death, meaning a firing squad, and they denied him that request because you're a war criminal. The Nuremberg trials were for crimes against humanity, and they hanged everyone that was given a death sentence. There was no shooting, no firing squad, because they wouldn't even give them that little bit of dignity. And that's why Goering, he took a suicide capsule and killed himself like a coward, like the vermin that he is. Really, I mean, these Nazis have committed some of the biggest atrocities. I don't need to tell you all of this, but I have to say it again and put it into context, because we have an issue here where the mainstream media are saying that, the war in Ukraine, it's strictly Ukraine defending its democracy, and there are Russians attacking them and invading them. And they deny that there is an element. Not all of Ukrainians are neo-Nazis, but there are some of them, a tiny, tiny minority, who are neo-Nazis, like the Azov Battalion, C-14, Right Sector, and many others. And they yield, they wield more power than the rest of the Ukrainian National Guard. So when you come here and say, and you dismiss like, oh yeah, there are no neo-Nazis in Ukraine, this is just a Kremlin talking point. Can you please explain this clip to me where this guy is on television and saying like, and quoting Adolf Eichmann? What the fuck? And never mind the quote. Look what he said. He's agreeing with it. He's agreeing with it. I mean, he's like, since you call me a Nazi, I adhere to the doctrine of Adolf Eichmann. You adhere to that doctrine without anyone needing to call you a Nazi because you believe in that shit and you just revealed yourself and exposed your true colors. Do you think we're fucking stupid or something? I mean, unbelievable. Every single day, there's like the deputy mayor of Mariupol is praising the neo-Nazi Azov Battalion on MSNBC. I showed you the clip yesterday. And then there was another mayor in Ukraine with a portrait of Stepan Bandera, who was he participated in the Holocaust in Ukraine and killed Poles and Jews. And he was a Nazi collaborator. And he has a portrait of him on the wall. And PBS just does an interview with him. And not a word, right? And the groups that are dominating the landscape here in terms of, the most important groups on the battlefield, these neo-Nazi groups, they act like they don't exist. And they say it's a myth. Every single day, there's something new to show that it's not a myth. It is real. They just don't want you to know it. My goodness. And let me show you this tweet underneath from Dan Zelensky. He says that, Dan Cohen. He said that Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, closed down opposition media and left this outlet, the one that I just showed you, this Ukraine 24. He left this outlet, which is owned by the richest man in Ukraine, free to spew Nazi propaganda. Wow, I wonder why. And then you hear things like, well, it's not possible that there are Nazis in Ukraine because the President Zelensky is Jewish. Did you not just see the clip that I played to you? You're gonna act like these Nazis don't exist? Are you? I mean, I'm sick of this. I'm really sick of this. And even the Israelis are sending weapons to these neo-Nazis. Look at this article from Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper. They say rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Human rights activists petition the court to cease Israeli arms exports to Ukraine since some of these weapons reach neo-Nazi elements in Ukraine's security forces. That's the Azov Battalion, the Volksangel symbol behind them, which again is a Nazi symbol. or at least it was co-opted by them. And so this is in 2018. Right now, you're not allowed to say this stuff. This is faux pas. You can't say this because it's an inconvenient truth. It's like when you bring up the fact that a lot of the moderate rebels in Syria are Al-Qaeda, right? And as a matter of fact, in Syria, it's way worse. I'd say the proportion is the majority of them are extremists. In any case, regardless, the point, it's the principle that they're funding and financing and sending weapons to these guys is unreal. And when you say, oh, well, Ukraine can't have neo-Nazis because the president is Jewish. Well, Israel, which is the self-proclaimed, which calls itself the Jewish state, is sending weapons which, end up in the hands. They know they end up in the hands of neo-Nazis. So I don't know what kind of argument you're trying to make here that doesn't magically erase the fact that these guys exist. I mean, this is really extreme. Like until now, that was like, it was more or less subtle. Not that subtle. Again, these Nazis are proudly wearing their insignia. They have this Wolfsangel and they have the Schwarze Sonne, the black sun. But this guy, this one that I just showed you here, this guy who's calling for genocide against Russians, I mean, he's just like, straight up. Look at what he's saying. Kill the children. And then he's saying that I will ensure... Look at that. I mean, just read that. Seriously. Can you see what he's saying here? Again.
Дотримуюсь доктрини Адольфа Ейхмана і зроблю все, що від мене залежить, для того, щоб ні ви, ні ваші діти ніколи не жили на цій землі. Для того, щоб ви відчули, як воно, коли вмирають ні в чому не винні цивільні люди. Для того, щоб...
Wow. I am speechless. I don't even know what to say. I mean, what do you guys think of this? Honestly, like what, if you're trying to tell me that there are, I mean, the people who are trying to tell us that there is no Nazi issue in Ukraine, how do you explain this? If there was any sort of like benefit of the doubt that you wanted to give someone, that just went out the window. And even this guy, you want to have empathy with someone who's sad that they're seeing their country bombed or there's refugees. I get it. I'm upset by seeing that, and I'm upset because it happened in Syria. It's very upsetting. But you just go full Nazi and start quoting Eichmann and saying you want to commit what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You just made anybody who had sympathy for you lose it. Obviously not in general, but I'm talking specifically this guy who's speaking. You shouldn't lose your sympathy for Ukrainian civilians because of one idiot. Obviously not. But you get what I'm saying, right? Figuratively speaking, it's like you listen to this guy and you just forget what he was saying in the beginning because now you're just outraged and stunned by this open calling for genocide. My goodness. Wow. I want to show you something over here. I see someone underneath posted an article, a headline that reads, "The pain of loss spoke to me. The host of Channel 24 apologized for harsh statements about the Russians." But I've been trying to find the article with this headline, and I can't find anything, so I don't know if this is real. I don't know if he actually apologized. But I like how they say harsh statements. That wasn't harsh statements. He was saying that Russia should be wiped off the map. I feel like that's a bit more than harsh statements. Calling for genocide is exactly what it sounds like, calling for genocide. It's not harsh. It's calling for genocide, which is a war crime and a crime against humanity. I mean, do I have to explain this? My goodness. Even the worst terrorists, like let's say Bin Laden, even he didn't say like, oh, we should kill American children for their bases in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, Al-Qaeda and bin Laden did say that American civilians should be targeted because the idea was that, well, it's democracy and they voted for these leaders who then come and bomb us. But he didn't say like we should wipe the United States off the map and commit genocide against their children and butcher them. I mean, like, just like if you're spouting bigger shit than a fucking mass murdering terrorist like bin Laden, I'm really wondering what's going on here. Like, you really got some weird life choices, to put it extremely, extremely mildly. My goodness. I'm speechless. I have nothing else to say. That clip speaks for itself. And if he did apologize, which again I can't verify, if he did apologize, it's probably because there was a lot of backlash. I don't think he meant it. Again, doesn't mean anything. It's like when just the other day they were making fun of this Fox News cameraman who got killed. And it's like with liberals a lot of the time they only apologize because there's a lot of outrage, not because they have rejected the belief or what they were saying. So I mean, that guy meant it. He really meant it, and that's just unbelievable. You won't see the Western press cover that. They won't tell you this stuff because they'll let the cat out the bag about what's happening. That you again, not everyone in Ukraine is a neo-Nazi, obviously. The majority are obviously not, but the tiny minority have media presence. They have boots on the ground. They are a very potent fighting force, and they are not a joke. They are intimidating and powerful, and wield large influence, great power. This is, again, one of those lies they want to bury. It's like with Syria. They don't want you to know that they've been supporting Al-Qaeda. They don't want you to know about the Contras, the death squads in Nicaragua. They don't want you to know about who created Al-Qaeda in the first place in Afghanistan and Pakistan. This is who the CIA gets in bed with. They know this. They know exactly what they're doing. The United States has been aware of this nationalist element, the far-right neo-Nazis in Ukraine since just after World War II, in the immediate aftermath. So, for some people hearing about this now, this might be news, but I can assure you it's not news for the U.S. government. They know about this. They even helped Stepan Bandera, that Nazi collaborator, to hide, right? They helped many of these neo-Nazis. They're not neo-Nazis. They were Nazi collaborators. They actually collaborated with the Nazis in World War II, in the Holocaust. And, the Americans helped a lot of them escape justice from the Russians. Yeah, of course. Wow. You guys have sent me many messages and comments. Please allow me to read some of them to you. So this is from Ramen. Ramen sent me a donation on PayPal. There's no message, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We have one here from Rob. There's also no note, but thank you, Rob. You're very kind. We have another one here from Gregory. Gregory says, thank you for your passionate, authentic journalism, Richard. You're most welcome, Gregory. I'm humbled to hear that. And we have one here from IDR. Thank you for the donation. And here's another one from Konstantinos. Also no note, but again, I appreciate the donation. You're very kind. And I want to thank everybody who signed up on Rockfin and Patreon and everything else. Thank you, Leila, for your donation on PayPal. And I want to say thank you to Aditya. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you, Aditya, for signing up on Patreon. Thank you, Sammy. I'll play a crab dance for you guys. Again, every time somebody joins on Patreon, we play a crab dance. That's the tradition. So thank you for supporting my work. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, You have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Thank you guys so much. I love this crab dance so much. Thank you, Claudia. Again, I came up with the crab dance. Like, I invented it and I did most of the cut, but Claudia added the new elements, the China. That was amazing. That's brilliant. Wow, we're at 662 members on Patreon. I'm very grateful. Let me see what your comments are in the chat. We have a donation from Le Marquis de la Bougade. They say, you're a king. Thank you for the essential work you do. Love you. You're very kind. Merci beaucoup. There's some of you who donated earlier on PayPal, but sorry, on YouTube, but I didn't get to read the notes, so I'm going to do that now. We have one here from Michael. Michael says, spend in one place, please. I'm not sure what that means, but will do. Thank you, Michael. Me Too Big says, I wish it was more. Don't worry, I'm grateful regardless. Thank you. And thank you, Kim, for the donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, love your work, mate. Just getting this super chat in quick because there's no way YouTube is going to let you stay. Well, God forbid something happens to the channel. But that's again why I ask you guys to please subscribe on another one. So not just YouTube, but make sure you subscribe on Rockfin, Rumble. I know I'm sound like a broken record, but this is so important, especially right now. Usually I would tell you maybe once in a stream, but I really need to drive home this point. Fate of D says, Richard, I would like to educate myself about the truth of these illegal wars waged by US and its allies. Where should I start looking at, or any books? The funny thing is, I don't know which wars you mean because there's so many. Maybe you sent this while I was talking about Syria. We talked about many things, but Libya, I think you can start with Slouching Towards Sirte. That's a good book. I don't know. I'm blanking right now, but on Syria. Wasn't there the dirty war against Syria by Tim Anderson as well? Yeah, this is a good one. It's called Dirty War in Syria. That's the one. That's also another good one. But one of the reasons I wanted to make a film is because I want to educate people about what's happening. And I hope I can do that. I feel like I have to do that. So, sorry, I'm just kind of lost. But when it comes to educating people, I really want to make this film to tell them what happened to Syria. And again, I hope I can do it with your guys' help. You're very kind. The Crazy Puppet, thank you for the donation. Crazy Puppet says, Poland is playing with fire. They are trying to get involved in Ukraine. Freaking Nazi state helping another. Just look at the countries that have oppressive policies toward Russian language. Well, again, I don't know how oppressive Poland is towards the Russian language. I know with Ukraine, they removed it and added it a couple of times, depending on who is in power. And of course, I don't need to explain to you the coups. Thank you, Nick. Nick says, I'm Syrian Armenian. Great. Ahlan wa sahlan. Says, I left Syria in 2012. I regret every moment that I didn't get to see all of these ancient places. It hurts. And I feel your pain. Lesson learned. Visit places you think it will have the same fate by NATO and the West. Again, I'm going to repeat that because Nick is right. Go and visit places before NATO destroys them. Thank you, Aden. Says, as an Armenian, I feel your pain of destruction of cultural heritage, which is still happening to this day. That's great. That's great to see some fellow Syrian Armenians. And, you know, I understand what you're talking about with Armenia, you know, the genocide. And then, of course, the latest issue with Azerbaijan and it's very heartbreaking. You know, Armenians suffered a lot. Turkey doesn't even recognize the genocide, which is scandalous. I mean, but I'm happy to see fellow Armenians here. And Convict Thug says, love from Lebanon. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Warrior classes, never stop, bro. Never. We need you for counter narratives. As long as I got you guys, I ain't stopping. So, thank you very much. Drew York says the average price of a cockatoo is $2,000. Here's 2. Great. That's wonderful. Cockatoo is a bird, right? Yeah, that's a parrot, I think. Is it real? You meant 2,000, right? 2,000 sounds more likely than $2. Yeah, but thank you. And Leon says, oh, for fuck's sake, YouTube didn't notify me of your live stream. Censorship is getting worse now. Keep up the good work. And if you can invite, yes, that's a long list of guests. I've had most of them, so you will find it on the channel. But we should do a reunification. Crazy Puppet says, Bogatyr Ilya Muromets is Russian Federation. So it's good to see you, Crazy Puppet. I appreciate it. You sent me some things in Cyrillic, so I got to translate them. Give me a second because I can't read everything. I hope Crazy Puppet is still here because I'm reading. I didn't get to read these for a while. It's not translating for me, but thank you for being here again. You've been very kind, popping in every stream and donating. I appreciate that very much. Evil Mind says, keep up the good work, Richard. You're on my top 5 best journalist commentators. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Someone whose name I can't read, I apologize, sent me a gold sticker. Thank you. Crazy Puppet, again, says, West ideology. It means for one to be at the top and the rest must be below. Yep. That's how it is. They want to subordinate everyone else, treat them like vassal states. It's shocking. Guys, there's so many super chats. You guys are amazing. I can't even keep up. There's so many of them. Thank you so much. I literally cannot read all of them. Unbelievable. You guys are so kind. A lot of them are stickers also, so I can't read them. But thank you. You're very kind. Well, guys, some of you were on Rockfin. You're watching on Rockfin as well, where I'm live streaming as well. It's free. I don't do paywalls. Thank you, Lucy Young, for the donation. And thank you also to Osama. Thank you very much. Said, I'm so ashamed of my country, the U.S. empire of garbage, cruelty, and lies. Empire of lies, Putin came up with that, right? He calls the U.S. the empire of lies now. Yeah. It's an interesting title. So, yeah. Connie says, 1,500 people left in the chat room. Wow. Lots of people hungry for sanity. Of course. And I'm very glad that you guys are here. Again, I'm going to annoy you very quickly with the plug. So this is the yeah, I made a TikTok. Because you guys kept asking me. So I have a TikTok now. Hopefully we can counter the cringy libs. 56 followers already. Not bad for, a few hours. Maybe we can increase that. And Telegram is doing pretty good as well. So 3,700. And again, my TikTok is at Richard Medhurst. It's just my name. On Telegram, it's just Medhurst /Medhurst. Okay. I have Odyssey as well. Odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst, Rockfin.com/RichardMedhurst, Rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. All the videos are synced, so everything that is on YouTube is on there. There's no censorship on those websites, and it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. So I think it's very, very, very much worth it. Again, all the links, Claudia is posting them right now as I speak in the chat. She's very kind. Thank you, Claudia. And yeah. Anthony says everybody who supports Russia grow their beards out. Well, that's not fair. I already have one, so I'm gonna be accused now of being a Kremlin, whatever the latest term is today. You know. Thank you very much, Marquis de la Bougade. Just subscribed on Patreon. That means I get to play a crab dance for Marquis. Show him some love. Let's go, guys. Come on.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. It's always good to have a little crab dance. I'm trying to see something in the YouTube. How did you guys hear about the stream? Did you get an email on Patreon or on Substack from the newsletter? Tell me. I'm gonna make a poll right now. Just maybe answer the poll. So. Okay, so I've put a poll in the chat right now. You should see it in a second. I asked you, how did you find the stream? You have email notification, so the newsletter, YouTube notification, Telegram, or Patreon. So Fate of D says Telegram. That's good. One of Creative Experiments said, I just refreshed YouTube and it appears first. So do you mean, what do you mean refresh YouTube? Like on your phone? Where were you exactly that you found it? I'm just curious because, or did you go on the desktop on your PC? Were you on the homepage there? Eric says none of the above. How did you find the stream, Eric? Who sent you? H to the I says, bro, you have a Telegram group? Yes, I do. See, this is why I keep spamming you guys, because sometimes some of you maybe didn't hear before, or you just tuned in. So I'm sending you the link in the chat. That's the Telegram. It's Telegram. Sorry, it's t.me/Medhurst. But just click the link. It's easier. So most of you say you got a YouTube notification. Wow. I'm glad. That's very good. Wonderful. I'm glad that that's working. John says, I found it by Ligma. My condolences. My condolences. So most of you are saying YouTube notification. Okay, that's good. I just hope that they keep it up. So there you go. In any case, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you for the donation. Amin says, Habibna, keep sharing the truth. Thank you very much. You know, really, Tislam, and I'm glad to see fellow Syrians, fellow Arabs on here. That's really great. So thank you very much. I will keep doing what I'm doing as long as I can, inshallah. And yeah, I just hope everything will be okay, because, you know, they're going wild right now with this censorship. It's really scary, honestly. They're out of control. They're completely out of pocket, you know. That thing with The View, I know we were laughing, but it's quite telling where they're headed with this, you know. Thank you, Legend. You're very kind. Ori Channel says Rumble. Again, I am on Rumble. rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. Willie Brown says, I searched live streams and your stream was at the bottom. Dang. All right, guys. That's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope that next time you'll also get a notification for the live stream. If you subscribe to the newsletter on Substack or Telegram, you will get that notification because I always tell you. So I think that's the best way because YouTube sometimes doesn't send you notification. Most of you, 76% of you said you got a YouTube notification. You know, that's great. I'm glad it worked, but who knows until when. We got to be safe. Levy says, let's make a Discord great for notifications and community. Would totally be down to help run it. Again, I'll think about it because I'm drowning in work and there's already the Telegram, but it is a good suggestion and I'll think about it. And thank you for suggesting to run it, Levy. So thank you, Tony. Thank you, H to the I. Suzanne says, I am on Patreon. Thank you, Suzanne. I really appreciate that. You're very kind. And maybe we can end with a crab dance. But I'll leave the screens and the links for you below. I don't want to nag you again. Thank you again for everything, guys. You're very kind. And Just Elle says, how do you become a journalist? Any advice for us? I have no clue, man. I did not plan on this. I don't really never cared much for any of this. I actually we're doing music and like right around the time we put out the first album with Riverline, I was I don't know, just kind of pissed off at things and I started doing some videos. The thing is I already knew all this stuff. I don't want to like sound like some fucking a galaxy brain blowing smoke up my own ass. But I understood a lot of international relations just because of my parents' work and all this stuff. So it's not really that like strange to me. You know, I'm familiar with it. So it's not something I had to study or whatever. So I just started making videos and then, you know, I kind of had to give up music for it, which is ironic because the music was going quite well. But yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to do anything because I'm swamped with work, which is like it's a good thing and a bad thing in a way in terms of being able to do music. But yeah, I'm grateful. You know, I'm grateful. Alhamdulillah. Hopefully, we can put out some more music afterwards. Mazen says, Dankeschön, Richard aus Deutschland und Syrien. Thank you, really. Freut mich, dass ihr da seid. Und es ist fast 7 Uhr in der Früh. Wir sind da schon seit 5 Stunden. We're streaming since 5 hours. Yeah. All right. Well, again, thank you guys very much. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. And all the links will be below. Take care. Ma salame. Bye-bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.